Hello and welcome everyone into Penn Charter, where we're starting the Brotherly Love Pro-Am off just a little bit late in a little bit strange condition. Give and Go's coach was just a little bit late. Give and Go's in green. They didn't have jerseys, so we started the first half. Saw a clock running. We just got 2 minutes left in the first half, and it's 0-0. I'm joined in by my co-host Ryan Straub. Ryan, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, Ryan. As we see a three-pointer here from number 4. Give and Go just going to hop right into it.
Yeah, this should be a good playoff matchup, and the winner will head into the finals. Three-point attempt foul called on it. Shooter was Nolan Parsons.
Yeah, clear foul here on this three-point attempt. Got hit in the arm on the follow-through. So AESA will have 3 free throws here.
Drilled the first one. So yeah, it's a little bit weird here with just a minute to play in this first half. 16-minute halves typically for youth games, and we'll see a 16-minute second half, no doubt about that. But like I said, I think the coach just got stuck in traffic or something for Give and Go.
Yeah, Friday afternoon. Suburbs of a major city like Philadelphia, we all know that traffic can be brutal. And I think the Give and Go coach might have fell victim to that.
Possessing now is Kyrie Thomas. Gives it up to Gaskin for 3. Rattles off. Nice half-court pass. Ball works its way mid-range from the baseline, pure.
That's DJ Smith. Might have gotten away with the travel there, catching that ball in the corner, but regardless, a nice one-dribble pull-up.
And narrowly avoiding disaster there with 23 and running here in the first half. Let's say luckily that knocked off of Smith last. Possession remains with Give and Go. Cross-court pass to Gaskin. He'll put up another 3-ball. That one worse than the first. Transition, shot got away,
Ooh.
Won't fall.
Almost fell there.
That's going to do it for the first 2 minutes, and we're going to call it the first half of today's competition. AESA up 5-0. We're going to take a quick break here. No halftime report. There's not really much to be reported on, so we'll take a break, and just in a couple of minutes we'll be right back with the second half of action of AESA taking on Give and Go in the semifinals of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am. Right back at it here at Kenneth M. Caldwell Court at Penn Charter. It's a lovely Friday afternoon. Beautiful day for some basketball. We're awaiting the inbounds here, just letting the PA announcer do his thing a little bit. So the interesting thing here on the game clock in the gym is there's 23 minutes, and 23 minutes is going to run. So it looks like they're going to add on some time. It's going to be an extended second half and an abbreviated first half. Mid-range shot won't fall. And fouled on the second chance points will send DJ Smith to the line.
So this will be the longest half of basketball without overtime that I think we might ever see.
Oh, yeah.
A 23-minute half, that's even longer than guys in college play.
And like I said,
it'll be longer than the men's league or the men's game tonight as well.
Oh yeah, no doubt about that. Men's games are typically 9-minute quarters, so that's 18-minute halves. Youth games are usually 16-minute running halves. And now we see a 23-minute running half. So an addition of 7 minutes, but administrative stuff out of the way. It's just back to basketball. 5-0 the score as Give and Go is working with it. It's Kyrie Thomas out to the corner. 3-ball up. 3-ball won't fall from Rick Kinsler.
I'm seeing with Give and Go, their offense, it's been a lot of three-point attempts so far. I'm not sure if I've even seen them attempt a two-pointer yet. That layup is good to go from AESA.
Yeah, beautiful finish. Underhanded lay from Nolan Parsons. He'll get right active on the defensive end. Gaskin now working the baseline to Kinsler. Kinsler, second chance points, finally falls and gives Give and Go their first bucket of the day.
Yeah, just as I was saying, they're finally able to get a nice, easy basket under the rim without having to force up a three-pointer. We'll see if they can continue that trend. They get a steal here.
It's Thomas now, Kyrie Thomas working with it from half court. Pretty finish. I apologize, it's Kyrie Alexander. Here's Smith from 3, off the iron, no good. Rebound AESA, put right back up and good. Here's Alexander working the full court. Dumps it to Kinsler in the corner. Kinsler took a step up and was way too long. That two-point attempt wouldn't fall. Euro step inside.
Good effort there, trying to save that.
Yeah,
DJ Smith going full out diving.
all
Fortunately
for
for him,
nothing.
it's going to stay Give and Go, yeah. As you were saying, all for nothing.
Big Abdul Carter in the game now, number 1 in green, puts up his first shot of the day and quickly gets that one to fall. We saw Abdul Carter last week, and he was dominant in a loss, unfortunate. There's 3 on the way. Won't go. Gaskin the rebound. Give and Go a tough loss to All for One in their last competition. Alexander bobbled it for a second, but was able to corral it right back. Now taking it the other way is Nolan Parsons. He's facing off against Alexander, both playmaking guards, but that pass will be stolen and worked to Alexander. Alexander Euros inside. Toilet bowl finish.
Yeah, well done there by Alexander to keep his balance and keep that ball under control. AESA player almost able to steal it from him.
Feels like he's got all 10. It's either 8 or 10, I can't quite remember. Smith stolen. A little hesitation and a mid-range shot, but they're going to get him with the travel. Inbounds work to Carter, and he'll push it right back to Alexander. Alexander has been the playmaker today, carrying the weight offensively on his lonesome, and he'll head to the line on a foul call.
Yeah, strong move there. And check the replay. Alexander definitely likes to go left is what I'm noticing so far. Tries to split this double team here, and might have gotten a little bit lucky on that call. Wasn't too much contact. However, he's got 2 free throws to try to give and Go the lead after they trailed early.
Yeah, they came down. I mean, hadn't scored a point all of the first half, but able to come back. And it was 5-0 at the end of the first half. Quickly went out to an 8-0 lead, but Give and Go was able to wrangle it back into place. Looking to tie this game up. He won't do that. 0 for 2 on his free throws goes Alexander. See, worked inside in the post game. way off the mark. Didn't even find the backboard. Now an inbound from Houston. Carter kind of a slashing two guard.
This give and go offense is just give the ball to number 4, Kyrie Alexander, and let him go to work. He draws another foul.
Yeah, he can't be stopped when he starts slicing into the paint, and AESA knows it. Starting to bring double teams. What do you do, Ryan, to stop a guy like that when he's just cooking early on?
Well, it looks like AESA is going to stay in their man-to-man. At least they have been the last couple possessions. And to do something like that, to stop a Kyrie Alexander who has shown that he likes to get downhill, especially going left, is you got to pinch off of your own guy if you're in help defense to try to plug those gaps and prevent him from getting to the rim. And then you got to just put your hands up. If you're under the rim, he's drawing 2 fouls here the last 2 possessions, so he's certainly getting a whistle. Just do your best to keep your hands up, not foul. Don't give him any free points at the line.
And he takes 2 free points there.
As we see a 2-3 zone here from give and go. And it's been working. They're causing a lot of turnovers.
That turnover bounced off the chest of Gaskin. Now here's Alexander for 3. It rattles home. He's hot. 15-11 the score here early on. AESA just without any answer for Kyrie Alexander.
And I'm really loving this give and go 2-3 zone as they force another 3-point attempt there, unable to grab the rebound.
That was Gavin Jacobs who couldn't deliver.
Kyrie Alexander's wide open. He's got a layup, but they get it to him.
And they will. He will. No foul. They're going to say that was all ball. Looked like a lot of contact. 3-ball put up off the iron, no good. Now in transition with it is the little man. He won't get that to go. Second chance points won't fall. How about 3? No. But a foul will be called to end it. The victim was Gavin Jacobs.
Yeah, not like you said, 1, 2, 3 chances for AESA. Finally able to get to the line.
So Jacobs is going to get 2. Feels critical to get back into this game. Feels like they haven't scored in forever, and yet another shot rattles off the rim for AESA.
Yeah, getting outscored 15-6 here in the second half, thanks to the onslaught from Kyrie Alexander. If you want to get back into this game, and by get back into this game, I mean try to take that momentum back from give and go. It's certainly free throw opportunities like this. They haven't been able to figure out that 2-3 zone yet.
Yeah, especially with the extended second half. We've still got 14 minutes to play here between these two squads. Alexander is going to call his own number. He's excited. He can't miss today, Ryan.
Yeah, he certainly has it going. And we saw here the give and go players, there were plenty of them that were here very early, actually. Some of the first guys to walk into the gym, we just didn't know it because they weren't wearing their jerseys.
Yeah, that's what we were waiting on.
In this game that started late, it's not like they didn't get a warm-up. So they're ready to play. Another 2 from Alexander.
Alexander just making it look too easy. Jacobs will head quickly the other way. His Euro gets stifled, and they're going to call a foul against Markel Houston.
I'm not sure I like that call.
I disagree.
AESA just rushing. Yeah, that's not a foul.
Yep, I agree with you, Ryan. I disagree with the officials a little bit there, but nonetheless, Gavin Jacobs will be sent to the line to shoot 2. Markel Houston racks up a foul. First one drained, and that's big for the egos of the AESA players.
Yeah, the last couple of possessions, they've been trying to inbound the ball quickly after what feels like every Kyrie Alexander basket. I want to say every give and go basket, but
yeah,
it's been pretty much just the Kyrie Alexander show. They're trying to inbound the ball fast. They're trying to get downhill and get into transition because they haven't had much success in the half court against this give and go 2-3 zone. And they're doing better at that. They're getting to the line a little bit. They're starting to draw some contact, and they get a turnover here.
Yeah, really nice play made by Gavin Jacobs. Able to initiate some contact against Alexander. Knocked off the hand of Alexander on the inbound attempt.
So a big possession here for AESA. I like to see how they deal. Nice out of bounds set there. Unable to get it to go.
Yeah, here's Alexander in the open floor. He's going up with it. Can't get the roll. And last touched off the hands of an AESA defender. We'll see Alexander on the inbound. He's frustrated with himself. He'll call the number at Gaskins. Now put up a three from the wing. Drilled. Alexander is on fire. Here's a three on the way from Turner. Short off the front of the rim. Worked down to the block and a foul called.
A really good look here on this pass. We see the offensive rebound. Believe that was number 25, Tim Fisher. Nice little bounce pass into Kamara.
Abdul Carter, the perpetrator, as that free throw does not touch anything but net, but not in a good way. 22-14 the score. Some work to be done here for AESA as Gaskin gets the rebound of the 0-2 free throw attempt.
Yeah, certainly work to be done, but certainly plenty of time as well. But they have to stop this man, number 4, Kyrie Alexander. They haven't had an answer for him yet.
Yeah, he's been a flamethrower today. Here's Abdul Carter dumping it off to Gaskin. Gaskin, that's a pretty bucket.
Just too easy. Too easy off the dribble. Creating a 2-on-1 situation in the lane. It's never going to end well for the defense.
Now it's worked inside once again. No foul called. AESA wanted it. Here's Alexander in transition. He's going to get blocked. Clean block called. Possession stays with give and go. I like that call down the other end. No call, rather, against Markel Houston.
I was going to say, out of all the foul calls we've seen in the last couple of possessions, I think that was probably the most egregious.
Yeah.
And it ended up being the one that wasn't called.
But I appreciate the officials swallowing their whistle, for lack of a better term. Here's Kaim Thomas, dumping it off to Gaskin. Gaskin working inside. He'll put one up. Won't go. Going the other way with it. Pulling up mid-range off the back iron. Gaskin fighting for it. He'll take over and dump it to Kaim Thomas. Full court pass to Houston. He can't corral. We're going back and forth here, ladies and gentlemen. Worked inside, down to the block. Back and forth we go, and finally finished off. Give and go, going to respond with a timeout. 24-16 the score here with 9 minutes to play in this competition. You're watching the Brotherly Love semifinals of the Youth League here on the Sports Fan Base Network. Welcome you back into Penn Charter, where Kaim Thomas is working against, that's MJ Boyd. Boyd going to get the better of that matchup. He'll throw it back in bounds.
Yeah, so we actually
Euro stepped inside to the other number 3.
I was just about to say, we've got 2 number 3s on the floor. One of them is MJ Boyd. One of them is Tyler Pettiford.
I'm 99% sure as Houston puts up a right-handed shot, he'll be fouled on it. Back to the line goes Markel Houston. We'll take a look at the replay.
Yeah, nice spin move there by Gaskin. Sort of lost it, but perfectly right to Tim Fisher. Able to go up strong through contact and get the foul call.
And on the note of multiple numbers for AESA, we also have 221s, Xavier Patrick and Sinise Kamara. But we do know that Sinise Kamara is the 21 that is currently on the floor.
Yes.
So
we can confirm that.
At least we have that differentiation here for you. That's professional journalism on the Sports Fan Base Network. Kamara with the rebound.
We're just working with what we were given.
Yep.
What we were given is a book with 2 number 3s and 2 number 21s.
That layup from Jacobs won't fall. Working with it is Kinsler, and Kinsler will lose it. For a second there, it looked like the sideline official was going to point AESA's direction, but he was overruled by the baseline official saying, no, this is give and go's possession. So give and go's it shall be. And the inbound to Kinsler, he puts up a 3 right away off the mark. Pushed inside, a little fade ball. Not going to fall either. Kamara with the rebound. We got a full court pass into a Boyd 3. Drilled. The little man gets it to fall.
And that's a big swing for AESA there. Able to get a stop and a defensive rebound quickly down the other end. That 3-pointer from Boyd. After all this, they only trail by 5. After that Alexander onslaught.
Yeah, he's cooled off a little bit as we get a 3 the other way. Front of the rim won't fall. Working with it now, slicing inside and getting swatted.
Wow, they're going to call a travel.
Yeah, they're going to get a travel before the swat. But Gaskin was not allowing that shot to head up.
He certainly was not. I'm not sure that that was really a travel to begin with. That looked like a pretty clean gather and step through to me. We won't get a replay, unfortunately, but tough break for AESA. But as I was saying, last possession, they're doing a good job of making someone other than Kyrie Alexander beat them.
Yeah, and a really strong and one finish for number 2, Kaim Thomas. We'll take a look at the replay here.
Kaim Thomas, nice backdoor cut. Saw the opening in front of the rim. And I'll tell you, Ryan, sometimes those bounce passes can be tough to gather, knowing that you got to get it and put it up as soon as possible. Sometimes guys drop it, trying to think about the shot attempt before they even gather the ball.
Yeah, and he knew contact was on the way, but fought through it nonetheless. Kaim Thomas not able to complete the 3-point play. Here's Smith, who was hot early, but he'll dump it off this time. And a timeout now going to be called by AESA. That's going to be a 30-second timeout. The score is 26-19 here at Penn Charter. You're watching the semifinals of the Youth League of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am on the Sports Fan Base Network. Welcome back to Penn Charter. Give and go ahead 26-19 and working with it. Putting up a shot early was Nolan Parsons. Won't fall, but Sinise Kamara is there to clean up the mess. Just a 5-point game once again as Abdul Carter works it into Alexander. He's looking to get hot again, but AESA's been doing a good job of containing him since the early goings of this game.
They absolutely have, and that's why they fought their way back into this game. A couple possessions ago was that and one by Kyrie Thomas. If you're AESA, it's to the point where if it's anyone but Kyrie Alexander, you have to live with it.
Yep.
You have to get the ball out of his hands and make someone else beat you, and they've done a good job of that so far, and it's kind of proving that there may not be many other guys that can beat you.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Wide open.
Ball worked around, wide open three. Gonna rattle home, finally. Nolan Parsons delivers. Carrying the other way is Kyrie Thomas.
AESA's defensive intensity certainly starting to pick up as well.
As this game's starting to get closer and closer, Alexander looking to be the separator. Hard pick by Gaskin. They're going to call that offensive. Stylized Gaskin.
See that one coming.
Moving pick
call.
Gaskin.
You saw Gaskin moving up from the corner there. Alexander wanted the screen. You can kind of see that coming. Alexander just went too soon. Didn't give his big man enough time to get set. AESA with a chance to tie or maybe take the lead.
Yeah, we'll see what they do with this stolen possession. Working on the baseline, kicking out to the wing, three ball in the way. You betcha! Nolan Parsons is heating up, ladies and gentlemen. Here's Abdul Carter looking to respond. Kicked out to Gaskins. He's worked inside. Off the backboard, won't go. Full court defense from Carter. He'll ease up a little bit. Allow Thomas, but a mid-range shot easily going to go for DJ Smith. That was shooting practice.
Yeah, if we're going to get a give-and-go timeout, I was certainly expecting that. Just way too easy there, especially, we'll see the replay, especially against a 2-3 zone. Parsons back-to-back threes to give them the lead. But that last possession, just an easy mid-range at the free throw line. That's unacceptable, especially against the 2-3 zone. AESA with all the momentum.
Yeah, they're finally starting to come alive a little bit here, and they've got the lead. 29-26 is the score. You're watching the Brotherly Love Pro-Am here on the Sports Fan Base Network. Back with a give-and-go possession, inbounding from their own baseline. Full court press from AESA. And it's going to pay off. Parsons in transition, underhanded, won't go. Alexander there for the rebound, but he is swarmed by two AESA defenders. Half-court pass able to make its way to Thomas. His reverse lay won't go. Smith to the corner. A little pump fake in mid-range. That looked good, but not going to go. Able to clean up the mess is Gavin Jacobs.
That's a killer there for give and go. AESA with a couple quick shots in transition. That's what you wanted if you're give and go. Unable to corral the rebound.
That's a good matchup there, but Alexander going to be sent to the line. It looked like he's in some pain and slow to get up off the hardwood. Take a look at what happened here.
Alexander going left as per usual, his dominant side. Certainly a lot of contact there, no problem with that call.
Yeah, didn't look like anything immediately major happened there on that fall. You wonder if maybe he's just kind of getting exhausted. He's been having to deal with Gavin Jacobs, who's a very stout defender. He's got a couple of pounds on him, certainly a strong kid. We'll see how that changes as Jacobs now going to get subbed out in addition to DJ Smith. A.R. Turner coming to take the place, as well as MJ Boyd. All right, so now we figured it out. Tyler Pettiford is the number 3 of AESA with green shoes of shorter stature. We saw hit a 3-ball a little earlier today, so we apologize to the Pettiford family. But now we've got it all squared away with just a minute and 20 to play. Here's A.R. Turner kicking it to the corner. And that's off the glass and good for Camara.
I was going to say more 2-3 zone action there from Give and Go, but not enough intensity as they turn it over.
Yeah, stolen by Pettiford. Kick back for 3. Off the back of the iron, won't fall. Fighting for the rebound is Houston. And a timeout going to be called just in the nick of time by Give and Go. 52.9 to play, 6-point difference.
Good effort there from Houston, getting on the floor, diving, making sure you get that timeout call because possessions matter here late. Still only a 2-possession game, but as I was saying, Give and Go in that 2-3 zone, but not nearly as intense as it was at the beginning of the half when they were getting plenty of turnovers and getting a lot of buckets for Alexander.
Yeah.
And it kind of is surprising me now that they trail late. You would think that intensity would be turned up a notch, but rather they've seen it dip. And that's going to reflect in the score. Obviously, they'll have possession here, but some work to do with less than a minute remaining.
Yeah, so we'll stay right here during this timeout. But let me ask you this, Ryan. If Kyrie Alexander kind of cools off, does Give and Go have a chance here with a 6-point deficit? Who do you look to?
To answer your question, there isn't really many other guys I would want to go to if I were Give and Go.
Yeah.
And I think, yes, he has cooled off certainly at the end of this half as this half has gone on. But he's still clearly your guy. He's still the one you want with the ball in his hands.
Yep.
So
do you go for a 3 here, or do you go for a 2s?
I do not expect him to pass this ball very much this possession at all. He's going to try to get downhill and get to the rim.
Here's Thomas. He'll keep it.
Wow.
He'll work for 2. Won't get it. Carter with a big rebound, and he'll be swatted by Camara. Critical to not come away with points in that possession, but luckily Alexander is able to get a steal in transition. It's a game again. 4-point difference rather, with a timeout called by AESA. 21.6 to play. Wow.
Yeah, that's brutal there for AESA. Able to get the ball out of Alexander's hands, as we were talking about. Gave up a wide open layup that Thomas missed. They were able to corral the rebound, but then they turn it over in the backcourt. All you got to do is be stronger with the ball there, holding a 6-point lead, and you're probably going to get fouled going to the line. But that wasn't the case. Now they're going to face some full court pressure here. It's tough trying to inbound the ball under your own basket, knowing you're facing a full court pressure. High intensity moments, it can be tough to get the ball in. We'll see if Give and Go is able to force another turnover.
Yeah, we've seen it several times, and with the team coming up in a matchup that is highly touted, that's Westchester Ballers taking on the Delaware Knights. But we saw the Westchester Ballers actually steal a win earlier on this season as they were down a couple of scores, multiple possessions, and they were able to steal it in the transition game. Stole a win that way, so it's not out of the realm of possibility here in the Youth League, and we'll see how that goes here as the inbound begins for AESA. Half-court pass, fade, not going to be completed. It's in the hands of Alexander. 3-ball in the way. You bet! 15 to play. Carter working the defensive end. And it's going to find an open man. Alexander in defense, but it's not enough. Just 4 seconds to play as clock stops. Looked like that was Markel Houston inbounding it, knocked off the hand of Nolan Parsons. Back out of bounds because it was caught by Houston. So now a foul called with just 1 second to play. That is a horrible stretch and a little bit confusing there for Give and Go. With just a couple of seconds left, they would have had a chance at a 3-ball to tie the game up.
Yeah, it was a really nice job by AESA to get that layup and be strong with the ball and advance the ball up the court, knowing that Give and Go was going to try to jump every passing lane. They get the layup. Give and Go tries to inbound the ball. It's deflected back into the inbounder's hands. He catches it, and that's out of bounds on Give and Go.
Yeah.
Going back to AESA.
Yeah, that's a tough stretch with just 1/10 of a second remaining previously. Now it's 24 seconds on the clock. Not quite sure what administratively is happening here. Oh, now down to 4/10 of a second.
I think we're going to get free throws here. Give and go might be in the penalty.
Yep, that looks that way. And Sinise Kamara a little shaken up after that foul by Styles Gaskin. Even if he misses both here, you got to imagine there's almost no hope for give and go. Although they're able to get a timeout off in time, so they'll have an inbounds potential shot attempt on the way.
Interesting because the clock didn't even go down at all. Okay, now they're going to put it at .2 instead of .4. I was going to say that wouldn't really necessarily make sense if the ball were to come off the rim. They catch it and call a timeout right away. You would think at least that 1/10 of a second would come off.
Yeah.
So now
it's been a bizarre ending.
It has. It's been a bizarre ending to what has been a bizarre game and a bizarre day so far. We got a 2.5 minute first half in which the score was 5-0, and then a 23-minute second half.
Yep.
I was going to go back to your point that you made about Alexander at the line, saying that he might just be exhausted because he's cooled off lately, and I think everyone might be exhausted. Obviously, with a 23-minute half.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shorter bench, much shorter bench for give and go than it is AESA. So it's completely understandable why give and go came out to a hot start and of the second half, that is, and really started to slow it down. So but it's not over yet. They'll inbound from the sideline.
Yeah, they're going to inbound from the hash here. Alexander's going to get a running start and have to throw it up right away.
Not in time. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. So that's going to do it. AESA going to advance to the finals. They'll take on the winner of our next game. That's the Delaware Knights, the top seed, taking on the 4-seed Westchester Ballers. But a valiant effort from give and go. But unfortunately, their time in the Brotherly Love Pro-Am ends here. It was a great effort from players like Kyrie Alexander, like Markel Houston. Gaskin did a solid work defensively, but ultimately Nolan Parsons, Tyler Pettifield, Sinise Kamara were just too much for give and go. So coming right up is a sideline report from our sideline reporter, Kayla Levine, but in the meantime, we'll stay right here. Abdul Carter certainly can't be feeling too good after this game. Really thought he would have showed up more, but he had a really nice day defensively. Kept guys like Gavin Jacobs in check, but Gavin Jacobs is another guy who really came out onto this game and made a huge difference. But, I mean, it's been a tale of two different teams. One team was one player focused offensively. The other was a real hybrid mix of everybody on their squad, really. Can't really point to one guy on AESA and say that's the clear and obvious offensive engine.
If I were to pick one, and kind of one name that came to mind would be Tyler Pettiford with those back-to-back threes that put them within two and then I think gave them the lead. Those were probably the two biggest shots of the game. But, yeah, to your point, I agree. I think it was a one-man show for give and go. Obviously, Alexander played a fantastic game, but then that can sometimes be the death of you, too. If you got one guy and he's not playing well or goes cold, you can sort of run out of answers on the offensive end, and I think that's what happened with give and go here today.
And it looked like the player of the game, the monster player of the game, was DJ Smith. And he was certainly racking up the rebounds. He was doing a lot of the gritty stuff that doesn't really show up on the box score. But it looks like our sideline reporter, Kayla Levine, is pulling aside Sinise Kamara, another guy who was alive in the box, really doing the work in the paint. But we'll drop it down to Kayla now, who's standing by with Sinise Kamara.
You guys just got your win today and a playoff win, and you're heading to the championship. What works for your team after only playing one half?
Just sticking together as a team, you know, not getting in our heads too much.
And you guys played very well, very competitive. What worked for your team today on the competitive side of it?
We just dogs. You know, we gotta stay wild.
And what are we looking forward to next for the championship? What do you want to see from your team?
The same energy that I bring out, reflecting the energy across the whole team.
Thank you so much. Good game. Guys, back to you.
Appreciate it, Kayla. Insightful interview as always. Well, we'll take a quick break here as we head into the second game of our 6-game slate here at Penn Charter. It's the playoffs, so the Brotherly Love Pro-Am in a semifinal matchup coming your way between the Delaware Knights and the Westchester Ballers. It's going to be a good one, so stay right here on the Sports Fan Base Network. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to Kenneth M. Caldwell Court. We're here at Penn Charter, where we've got the 1-seeded Delaware Knights taking on the Westchester Ballers. Should be a good one for you in here today. Delaware Knights don't just beat people, they blow them out. That might be a little bit interesting, as they've only got 5 players here today compared to 9 for the Westchester Ballers. The Ballers, on the other hand, they do win at a high clip, but not necessarily the blowouts we see from the Knights. I'm joined in by Ryan Straub. Ryan, how you doing?
I'm doing well, ready for what we can hope to be a normal game. We're going to get 16-minute halves.
Yeah, we'll start off early with a Rogers miss off the front of the rim. Comstock, second chance points won't fall, and Tice Harbin fought valiantly for the jump ball, and he'll get possession.
Yeah, as you were mentioning in the open, Delaware Knights, the presumptive favorite here, the #1 seed in the youth league. As you said, they don't just win, they blow people out, but with 5 guys, it could be tough today. You know, Spence, Cobb, Truitt, and Harbin, a lot is going to be on their shoulders. The numbers certainly against them, at least on paper.
And they're stifling in the transition game. That's where they make their living. But spinning with it and kicking it out to Comstock. And we're down now. Here's Schultz. Schultz way off the mark. He's defended by Truitt. Truitt, he's a hyper-athletic kid. Just throwing that ball away early on now. Comstock able to finish off the play. Comstock's the one to look out for on the Westchester Ballers.
You beat me to it, Ryan. I was just about to make that point. Number 15, Cole Comstock. He certainly is the guy for Westchester. Big, tall kid. Finds himself in the right areas around the rim on the offensive end. Just a smart player. He's good on defense. He's good on the glass as well. He's going to grab a rebound there. Nice box out. Actually lost it.
Yeah, it's rattling around on the ground, but will end up in the hands of Comstock. Comstock's taking it coast to coast, and he'll be blocked. That was Jaden Cobb defending, and he would be the last to touch it, so Westchester will retain possession. Michael Rogers to inbound. This would be a massive upset for the Ballers if they're able to do it. 3 ball on the way off the front of the rim from Schultz. Kept in bounds, but Ahmad Spence turning it over as he was looking for Tice Harbin. Transition. Well, it won't be a turnover, actually, as the Westchester Ballers were the last to touch it, but timeout now going to be called here by the Delaware Knights coach. They're probably going to use these pretty consistently, as we've already mentioned it, with only 5 players. But we'll take a quick break here early on in the first half. It's just 2-0. Westchester Ballers lead it. You're watching the Brotherly Love Pro-Am here on the Sports Fan Base Network. And we are back after a quick break there. We'll see a 3 ball from Spence to start things off. Just rolled off. Basedow with the rebound. It's worked up to a spinning Comstock. Back to Basedow. 3 ball in the way. No chance. Kaleo Enos carry across half court. He'll find Truitt. Truitt working it over to the corner. Nice catch by Jaden Cobb. Spence across the baseline and finished off nicely by Tice Harbin. Even though there's just 5, as long as Jet Truitt and Tice Harbin, as Harbin gets a steal there in transition, up and under. Won't finish, but as long as those 2 are on the floor, they'll be all right.
That's a wild take there from Bergen.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he was planning on. Here's Harbin in transition. We're just going back and forth with nothing. Ahmad Spence with the steal. He's looking to break this.
3-2 zone here from Westchester Ballers.
It's clever. Still make the Knights fight for everything, but Truitt's going to take a deep 3. That's money.
So as I was saying, 3-2 zone here from the Ballers. And the first bucket that the Knights had was the perfect example of how to beat a zone.
Up
It's a
and
nice
under.
layup there from Basedow.
Yeah, really nice finish.
But the perfect example of how to beat any zone is just to keep that ball moving. It cannot stick to one player or else the zone is doing its job. It has to keep, the ball has to keep moving and keep that zone shifting side to side.
Rogers' three won't fall. Harbin quickly the other way. He works to Spence. Now to Enos. Enos for three. Won't go. Truitt on the board, and he'll clean things up nicely. Worked up to base down now. We're going back and forth at a quick pace. Basedow worked inside nicely to Schultz. Matthew Schultz able to claw his way back. Ballers are back within one.
Yeah, the pace is certainly surprising me early on here, especially from the Delaware Knights perspective. Only with 5 guys, you prefer to probably play a much slower pace to preserve energy. You still got 27 minutes and change to play in this game. Don't want to get tired too quickly. That'll play into the Westchester Ballers' favor.
Here's three from Truitt. Truitt can't deliver, but that's kind of what the Knights are known for. Nice behind the back from Rogers. He'll go up with it, and a finish in transition over the outstretched arm of Jaden Cobb. Here's Spence now working, directing traffic. Yeah, the Knights known for their fast pace of play, as that one knocks off the foot of Truitt, and Rogers once again, he's got an open, easy finish. 10-7 now the score. We've gone back and forth a couple of times early on here. 10:30 to play in the opening half. Enos working at the top of the key.
As you can kind of hear spectators, 3 seconds on the Delaware Knights. You can hear a spectator off to our left. I believe looks like probably a Delaware Knight parent saying move, move, move. At the point I was just making a couple minutes ago, when the ball sticks and it's with one guy for too long against the zone it's working, the zone it's doing its job. That's what you want if you're in a zone defense. If you're Delaware, you have to keep that ball moving and keep the zone going from side to side.
That's stolen by Spence in transition. He goes up with it. Pure. That's how the Knights are going to claw their way back with this transition defense that is so smothering, and another turnover. This time it's Enos. Kicked out to Truitt. Truitt working with it. And it'll settle down on the perimeter. So Jet Truitt picks up his dribble, kicks it to Harbin. Harbin from the corner. Harbin delivered it like a UPS package.
I give the Delaware Knights a lot of credit. 5 guys, and they're still sticking to this full court pressure where they're trapping a lot of passes. They're getting a lot of turnovers.
All these kids are hyper athletic. Really plays into their favor. Comstock's shot just short. Hostelter will get another crack at it. Spinning out of the bucket. Finally another shot put up. That's 3 misses on 1 possession. It's going to leave Tice Harbin Euroing inside and finishing in transition. 14-10 now, Knights lead it. Hostelter to the corner. Bergen now. He's got it.
If you're Westchester, you just need to settle down against this pressure from the Knights. A lot of the times it's just a mirage in the front court.
Truitt fading back. He hits the court. No foul called. Comstock quickly the other way. He goes up. It'll just roll right off the iron. Ahmad Spence fighting for a rebound, but Comstock comes away with it, and he will get his second chance. 14-15 now. The Westchester Ballers lead it. This is as much of a back-and-forth effort we've ever seen in a Delaware Knights game as Enos spins inside just off the mark. Comstock on the board. Here's Bergen splitting a double team. Top of the key to Comstock. Off the left side of the rim. Head the other way to Harbin in the corner. Harbin up. Nothing but nylon for Tice Harbin.
And that play there is made by Khalil Enos, pushing the pace in transition, able to beat his man kick to the corner, wide open.
Another corner three, this time from the Ballers, not going to fall. They get yet another offensive rebound, which is going to result in a foul called.
I believe another basketball ran onto the court.
Oh, yeah, that's
rolled
what it
onto
was.
the court.
Not sure where the basketball went to. It just appeared and disappeared. Oh,
See off to our right, it just rolled over onto the other court.
Yeah, some youths playing on the other court. We'll see Ahmad Spence inbound to Jaden Truitt. No harm, no foul. 17-15 the score. Knights lead it. Truitt stuck a little bit. And a really nice defensive effort from Caleb Moss to swipe at that ball out of bounds. Knights will hold on to it. Worked inside to Spence, and Spence throws it away. Guess who's there? None other than Caleb Moss once again.
Miscommunication there from Delaware.
Moss works it around. Now it's in the hands of Baystow. He's working against Truitt. He'll give it up to Hostelter. As it works around. Top of the key, all around the perimeter. No real inside work here for the Ballers, but spinning inside is Baystow. He won't get the finish. Spence on the board. Truitt works inside to Spence. Spence, pure inside on the floater.
Yeah, point you made in that last possession there for Westchester, not much going inside, and that's okay in these youth games with no shot clock.
Three ball in the way from Baystow, rattles off.
With no shot clock in these youth games, it's fine if you struggle to get something or get a good look early on. You have the luxury of taking your time to get a good look. Strong finish there from Spence.
I'm going to call a loose ball foul on that most recent possession. That was against number 5, CJ Fry. Upset was the Westchester Ballers head coach. Either way, here's Enos in the corner. Off the rim, won't fall. Baystow carrying across half court. Hard pick. Worked around to Schultz, and Schultz with the nice mid-range jumper. Truitt's looking around like he just hit a Mack truck.
Caleb Moss with a big-time screen there.
Caleb Moss just making all the other plays necessary to win a game that don't show up on the stat sheet. As Tice Harbin just loses it. And Hostelter now working against, seems like the entire Knights team in transition. Three ball from the corner, that's Schultz off the front of the rim. Rogers able to sniff his way to the ball. Baystow mid-range. Harbin on the board. Delaware Knights need to take a timeout, as this deep into games, they are not used to having only a 2-point lead. It's 19-17.
Yeah, Westchester obviously doing a great job of putting the pressure on Delaware. I think obviously they come into a lot of games expecting to dominate, and even with only 5 guys, they probably are still expecting to win this game pretty comfortably against the 5-seed Westchester Ballers, but they are in for a surprise right here. We'll see if Westchester is able to start hitting shots at a more efficient clip. They've started to certainly settle down in terms of hitting shots, and if you're Delaware, just keep up that full court pressure.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier, and you just mentioned it. The full court pressure really has been what's allowing the Knights to create and maintain their leads. They just swarm early on in the game. They don't let any points on the board for the opposition. Meanwhile, they steal everything. We saw that a bit in the early goings of the first half, but it's kind of slowed down here, so we'll see if they can get back into that defensive pressure as Jet Truitt carries across half court.
And still no Cole Comstock, and I shouldn't say still, but no Cole Comstock after that timeout. As you see, the three there is good from Harbin. No Comstock for Westchester. He's been out for a couple of minutes, and they've squandered that lead. Turn it over again.
Yeah, there's the full court pressure. As the possession is stolen after a beautiful three from Tice Harbin.
And I would expect here a Delaware Knights basket. I would expect to see Cole Comstock get up off the Westchester bench.
Instead, they're going to call a foul on Caleb Moss. They're saying he was pushing Tice Harbin out of bounds a little bit.
See, baseline out of bounds set here for Delaware.
It's an interesting spread.
Pruitt just wide open in the corner. Could have shot it if he wanted.
Worked inside. A little reverse finish off the hand of Jaden Cobb. That looked pretty. Here's Michael Rogers in transition. He splits the double team. Able to work it to Hostelter. Hostelter for three. Off the iron, no good. Schultz with the board. Puts up the secondary points. Still no. Here's three. Again, no. And possession will head to the Delaware Knights.
Yeah, Westchester taking a lot of surprisingly quick shots. You know, the saying, there's no better shot than a three-pointer off an offensive rebound. That is certainly true. But in a game in which you're only playing against 5 players, you want them, if you're Westchester, you want the Delaware Knights to be playing as much half-court defense as possible to try to wear them down. I'm surprised at these quick shots from Westchester. It hasn't been working so far.
Tice Harbin, another three, connects. He's been heating up from three. That's something to look out for. Here's Bergen. Back out to Baystow outside the arc. Smothering defense here from the Knights, but Rogers puts up a three. That one rattles home.
That's a huge basket, kind of to stop the bleeding a little bit.
Yeah. It's a great point, just to stop the bleeding. 27-20 now, the score after that three-point made. Here's Truitt from way out. Truitt off the front of the rim. Baystow kicks it up to Rogers. Rogers, nice pass, but it's lost for a second. Finds its way to Bergen. Bergen's shot just can't find its way home, but Rogers can't clean it up either.
Yeah, Rogers had a wide open look at the rim, just missed it.
Truitt is fouled in transition. Baystow can't believe it. But Truitt's going to head to the line for two.
The Westchester timeout. We'll take a look at the replay. Nice job by Delaware getting into transition. Full court pass up ahead. Yeah, certainly a foul there on Baystow.
Yeah, no doubt about that one.
Props to Truitt for going up strong, fighting through the contact. And we'll have 2 free throws into this timeout.
Yeah, so we'll leave it right here. You're watching the semifinals of the Youth League of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am here on the Sports Fan Base Network. Stick around. Welcome you back here to Kenneth M. Caldwell Court here at Penn Charter, where Jet Truitt's at the line, and he's got 2 free throws, first of which just rattles off. It's a 27-20 game. Joined in here by my co-host Ryan Straub. Ryan, what do you think the Westchester Ballers have to do to really slow this lead down by the Knights?
Well, I think their 3-2 zone is working. I feel like Delaware, they've hit a couple threes in the half court, but other than that, it hasn't been too, demoralizing for Westchester. It's just making sure you take better shots and taking care of the ball as they turn it over again.
Seems like every timeout, coming out of every timeout, the Knights have new energy in the half-court defense game, or the full-court defense game as well. Luckily, Caleb Moss gets one right back, and he'll take it all the way home.
Strong take from Moss there, but
it was a strong take. Here's Harbin from the corner. He's been hot from 3. He delivers yet again.
And I'm shocked at the pace that we're continuing to see from the Delaware Knights. I give them so much credit with only 5 guys. They're just up and down the floor. Westchester not able to keep up even with the numerical superiority.
Yeah. Hostelter's 3 way short. A foul going to be called. That's going to go against C.J. Fry. C.J. Fry's second foul called. Clock's still running here in the first half. 34 seconds and counting, 31-22 the score. Knights starting to run away with it. Ballers certainly need to stop the bleeding somehow.
Yeah, it looks like Delaware might hold for the last shot here, content with at the very least a 9-point lead going into the break.
And with no shot clock here in the Youth League, it's a solid strategy to kill some clock.
They work it around to probably about 5 or 6 seconds, and someone will make their move. Might have to be Enos.
Here's Jet Truitt working the baseline. He'll put one up. Not going to fall. And no shot able to be taken by C.J. Fry of the Ballers, so that's going to do it here for the first half. 31-22 the score. Delaware Knights the first seed with the lead.
Yeah, one thing we talked about during one of the breaks over the last couple of minutes is we did not see Cole Comstock in the last few minutes of that first half. I'm not sure if he's dealing with some sort of injury, if he's in foul trouble.
Yeah.
Maybe the pace of the game is too fast for him, although I doubt that because he is a good athlete from what we've seen here throughout this summer. Just a very interesting kind of tidbit there. No Cole Comstock the last couple of minutes, and they kind of squandered that early lead.
Yeah, it's kind of bizarre. I mean, usually he's an every-minute player for the Westchester Ballers. We've seen him a couple of games. There's one game he hurt his wrist. That might be a flare-up injury, but foul trouble could be the answer. But coming up this halftime, we've got our sideline reporter, Kayla Levine, talking to the Westchester Ballers coach, trying to figure out how exactly they can get back in this game and what they can do to stifle this intense Knights full-court defense. So we'll push it down to Kayla Levine right now, who's standing by with the Westchester Baller head coach.
You guys are down right now, but it's been a very competitive and very close first half. What are some adjustments you feel your team needs to make?
Well, we need to do a better job of guarding them off the dribble. We're still in a zone because we're struggling to contain them, but we got to move our feet. But offensively, we just got to put the ball in the basket. We're getting the shots that we want. We're just not seeing them drop. But defensively, as long as we move our feet, challenge the shooter, and rebound, we should be all right in the second half.
Thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Kayla. So, Ryan, what'd you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, as he said, they're still in the zone because I think that they probably know in the back of their heads that these athletic Delaware Knights players would probably be able to not have a field day in a man-to-man defense, but it's certainly what they would prefer.
Yeah.
And so if you're Westchester, it is smarter to kind of sit back in a zone and force the Delaware Knights to take shots over the zone and just kind of hope that they miss. And for his offensive point, absolutely, yeah. They are getting the shots. In my personal opinion, they probably are taking them a little bit too quickly for my liking. But they are certainly getting good shots. They just haven't been able to knock them down. And one thing they're doing is they're doing great on the offensive glass.
Yeah.
So we'll just see if they can kind of keep that momentum going in that respect and just try to slow down the pace of the game and try to slowly work their way back into it.
Yeah, to that point, Caleb Moss and Ben Bastow for the Westchester Ballers have been playing spectacularly in the paint, especially when they're working against Mod Spence or Tice Harbin, both of which bigger players. But either way, we'll leave it right there for the half, and when we come back, the final 16 minutes of action to see who is going to advance to the finals and take on AESA on Monday. So stay right here on the Sports Fan Base Network. You're watching the semifinals of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am. And we're happy to welcome you back here to Kenneth M. Caldwell Court at Penn Charter, where the Westchester Ballers look to dig into this 9-point lead. Here's Cole Comstock pulling one early, and he'll draw a foul. So there's Comstock.
So I was going to say, so Comstock does start the second half. I was certainly keeping my eye out for that. It had to be something, either foul trouble or, like you said, maybe a flare-up injury. They wanted to give him a little bit of rest. And we'll see if he can be the guy, as he so often has been for Westchester throughout this summer, and try to claw their way back into this and try to get into the championship.
Rare free throw miss for Cole Comstock. The lead remains at 9 for the Delaware Knights. It's a running clock here in the youth league, so 15 and counting. 1 for 2 goes Comstock, and Ahmad Spence carries it across half court. Stolen quickly by the Ballers. Here's Bastow the other way, up and under, rattling home. And Bastow takes that one coast to coast. Now it's Jet Truitt worked inside. Cobb shot no good.
Look up, there you go. Wide
That's
open.
the way to beat it. 3-ball in the way. 3-ball signed, sealed, delivered.
Yeah, that's the one thing you want to do when you're facing full court pressure and you're facing a trap right near your own basket is you don't even need to dribble. You don't need to be a hero. Just get your head up. You know someone's going to be open. Keep your eyes open and find the open guy.
That's a great point. Matthew Schultz, no bigger shot than that most recent one. Here's Harbin looking to respond. He does. Tice Harbin has been elite from beyond the arc today and hyper efficient at that.
It looks like the Westchester Ballers into a 2-3 zone now. We saw a 3-2 zone in the first half. I wonder what the explanation behind the change is there, and we'll see if it's able to help them.
Nifty move, but not able to get the finish was Matthew Schultz. We'll take a look at the replay here of the 3-ball from Harbin.
Yeah, not much you can do there if you're Comstock. Good closeout, just better offense from Harbin.
Now worked into Jaden Cobb, now to the corner to Enos. Enos 3 off the back of the rim. Back out, Cobb. Won't go. Here's Harbin, hesitates a 3. Worked into Truitt, dumped off to Spence, and up for the end 1. Ahmad Spence is going to head to the line with a 3-point opportunity. Now, what do you think of that foul call, Ryan? Because I have thought we've seen more.
We've seen more egregious calls in the past, but then we've also seen a lot more contact that has gone uncalled. So I got to say I'm not a fan of that call, but
I was surprised that I was surprised that there was a foul call. I'll leave it at that.
But then again, I'm not going to give my sympathies to Westchester because they didn't do enough work grabbing that defensive rebound, and then they were certainly lazy out of the rebound in their defensive rotations. Harbin passed up a wide-open 3 from the same spot. He just hit one.
Can't let up as many second-chance opportunities as Westchester has against this good of a team. A spinning Comstock is fouled in the paint. He'll head to the line with an opportunity at 2.
I guess they will call this on the gather. Comstock does love that little 2 dribble with his left, spin back to his right, and Cobb, that's actually so they're not going to call it a shooting foul, but Cobb tries to get his hand in there knowing that it's going to be a gather. Just got too much of Comstock's arm.
Yeah, I really thought that one would have been called a shooting foul, especially after the last one. But either way, here's Bastow working inside. He'll step through, but can't get the roll. Jet Truitt on the rebound.
Delaware going to keep pushing the pace. They got a 2-on-1 on this wing.
Enos looking off his defender and putting up a 3, no good. Luke Bergen on the rebound. He's working against Harbin. Slicing inside, reverse finish. Too much. Truitt inside. Same move, same result. Here's Comstock. Euros the other way. He'll be blocked for a second. And he'll step out of bounds before kicking it out to Schultz. Possession will go to Delaware Knights. So here's Truitt. Worked into Spence. Spence with 3 around him. Now it's Harbin in the corner for 3. Feels like the first 3-ball miss for Tice Harbin.
Yeah,
Comstock.
certainly a good look, and I was just about to say a good possession there for Delaware. Good ball movement, able to get a wide-open shot from one of their better shooters.
Cleo Enos, coast to coast. But as a previous point we've mentioned, seems like Westchester is just all gas, no brakes here. Just a missed shot after missed shot in transition. Finally, they're slowing the pace down a little bit here. Bergen with it. Puts one up. Off the glass and rim, no good. Here's Cobb. Cobb the other way. He's got it to go. This lead is starting to separate for the Delaware Knights, 41-28.
I want to say, I don't know if that is Jaden Cobb. I just heard the PA announcer. That's the second time after that basket for number 4. Something Sosa is his name. However, the roster we were given has number 4 is Jaden Cobb. So I'm not sure what the situation is with that, but
Oh, terrific.
again, we've dealt with worse.
Yep, certainly. So whoever, if there's any family at number 4 listening, we apologize. Doing our best here at the Sports Fan Base Network. But here's Hostetler. Inside, no good. Leo Enos on the wing. It's worked inside to the mystery number 4. Now to Spence. Spence is fouled. That was a hard foul, clear and obvious.
A little bit of frustration maybe starting to settle in for Westchester as well.
Yeah, and we see that a lot of times.
Losing isn't fun, but losing to a team with only 5 guys is certainly a lot less fun.
Yeah, we see it all the time with the Delaware Knights. They are so dominant and so good that I'm frankly surprised that the Westchester Ballers have been able to hang around as long as they have. They've done a really great job, better than any team I've ever seen playing against the Knights in transition. Usually the Knights are just not letting you get an offensive possession, but they're doing a really nice job of working the ball via passing. As we get a shot here from Fry, he'll get his own board kicked out to Rogers. But yeah, I'm impressed from that effort of the Ballers. Comstock putting one up, no good. A lot of physicality here. And finally a foul called. They're going to go against Ahmad Spence. Yeah, it is a multi-headed monster that you face in the Delaware Knights.
Yeah, it seems like every player has contributed in their own way,
Yeah.
whether it's scoring, defending, rebounding. Our mystery number 4 obviously has a couple buckets in this game, but he's doing a great job of guarding Cole Comstock, not letting him get anything off the dribble, really.
Yeah.
You know, Cleo Enos running the show a lot of the time at the point. So all 5 contributing.
Caleb Moss having a nice day as Jet Truitt puts up a 3 that rattles off. It's worked over to Comstock, battling to get across the half-court line. He does. Moss's pass is tipped and intercepted. Here's Harbin in transition. Harbin up and in with it. Rogers was screaming on the backcourt, trying to make a play defensively. No LeBron chase down moment for him, though.
This Delaware Knights man-to-man half-court defense is just stifling.
Rogers for 3. You won't get that to fall. Comstock there to clean up the mess. 44-32 now the score with just 7 minutes to play. Playing halves here in the Youth League. Worked inside to Enos. Enos slow plays it. Knights coaching staff wanted a foul call there. They're not going to get it. Here's Fry. Little hesitation. And in off the glass.
If I'm Delaware here, I'm going to try to slow the pace down just a little bit over this last 6.5 minutes. They're doing a really nice job in the half court of moving the ball against this zone. They are taking a lot of threes, but they are hitting a lot of threes most of the time because they are uncontested. And that's a testament to their quick ball movement.
That one is a killer off the hand of Kaleo Enos. Michael Rogers looking to respond, but he'll get hung up by Ahmad Spence. Comstock again trying to fight through traffic, slicing into the paint, and he's not going to get anything from it. He's had no success working inside today.
Yeah, he's certainly, there was a lot of contact, and he probably thought that he should be going to the line. But a lot of the times, referees, they don't reward someone for being out of control. And a lot of the times, he's picking up his dribble too far from the rim and running into the contact, sort of charging into it completely out of control. A lot of the times, that won't convince the ref that there was a foul.
On the baseline and putting one up. He's got it. It's Sosa. Allegedly.
Yes, we can certainly hear the PA announcer say something as in his first name and then Sosa. So, not Jaden Cobb as we originally thought.
Here's Michael Rogers off the backboard, not going to fall. Rogers has pulled 3 threes in less minutes, and he gets beat clearly there by Ahmad Spence. Spence, I'm going to say that was an N1, but Rogers is in a lot of pain now. Looked like he fell pretty awkwardly. We'll take a look at the replay.
Yeah, backdoor cut there from Spence. Misses the first one, gets his own rebound. I'm not sure where exactly they called the foul. Maybe on the process of catching the rebound. Rogers seems to be shaken up.
Yeah, he's frustrated.
Yeah, you can certainly tell. Hope he's all right.
Yeah, he's a little bit angry there, but he's going to walk it off. He looks to be all right, rejoining the huddle. We'll take a quick break here at the Brotherly Love Pro-Am. You're watching the Delaware Knights take on the Westchester Ballers on the Sports Fan Base Network. Stay right here for the final 5 minutes of play. Back where Ahmad Spence is at the line. He drills his first. Michael Rogers is going to take a seat on the bench after getting a little shaken up on that most previous play. But he looks to be all right. A little bit of a hold-up here as we discuss some administrative issues, it appears. And we're back.
Not really sure after just one free throw.
It was an and one.
So, okay, yes, it was an and one.
Yes. It was not a 1-and-1. It was an and one as Holden Hostetler takes that inbound and speeds down the court. Kicks it to Schultz, who gives it right back at the top of the key. Hostetler way off the mark. Here's Schultz for 3. Not this time. Ahmad Spence, coast to coast. Yeah. A nice full court pass from Jaden Truitt. Clock still hasn't started, so we're still looking at just under 5 minutes to play. That's the front desk here as Truitt slices through and kicks to Spence in the wing. Off the front of the rim, no good. Clock still has not begun to roll.
I was just going to say, okay, now it has. I can't believe it took that long for anyone on the floor to notice, including the referees.
Bastow able to finally break the scoring drought with the 3.
Yeah, usually it's the referees that notice when a clock isn't moving. You got about 30 seconds of undocumented off-the-books basketball there.
Didn't really result in a whole lot as Caleb Moss able to catch Tice Harbin and Jet Truitt in the air. He'll go to the line for 2. But a timeout now going to be called by the Westchester Ballers.
Yeah, good cut there from Moss.
Savvy play to know, hey, I've got these guys in the air. Even though I could wait till you get past me, I'm going to put this up right now and draw contact on my terms. It's a smart play.
So not much time left for Westchester, and they've got a big lead to try to come back from. But free throws will certainly help. Points with the clock stopped. You need both of these here from Moss.
Yeah, it's about a 50.
I'd imagine, you got to probably have to get into some full court pressure, but it's not looking like they'll be able to keep up with Delaware, who just continues to just keep the pace up and run rampant.
And they have taken over on their transition defense. That's really come alive here in the second half. Westchester is able to stick with it, fight through all that contact in the first half, but now it's really seemed to be gotten away from them. As Moss drills the first, it's going to make it a 14-point lead for the Delaware Knights with just 4:23 to play. So his 2 free throws are up and good. And with that, Moss will take a seat on the bench. Connor Ray to take his spot. Once again, no movement from the clock. So that's going to force a reset here.
Believe it might be that gentleman in the middle in the Phillies hat.
Yeah, I wonder if he's got a little bias here for the Westchester Ballers, or if he's just not really paying too close attention.
He kind of put up like that apologies kind of hand gesture.
So, Spence kicks out to Harbin. Harbin inside. He gets his own board and cleans it right up.
And the ultimate downfall of his own defense is how tough it is to rebound out of it defensively.
Yeah.
You can even see there Harbin getting his own rebound.
Luke
Something
Bergen
that doesn't happen much against a man.
not able to split the double team. Sosa inside to Spence, to Harbin, spinning and shooting and scoring. Tice Harbin has been elite. He's been the offensive weapon here in today's matchup. 3 on the way, 3 gonna fall. Luke Bergen. A difference of 15 with just 3:20 to play. Harbin thought about another 3, but instead he kicked it back to Sosa. Sosa finds Truitt on the baseline. Truitt worked inside with some strength, but he couldn't get the roll. Schultz is fighting off 3 defenders in transition. And that pass will go off the foot of Sosa. Westchester retains possession.
Yeah, and it's obviously Westchester now are at the point where they're probably not going to come back and win this game. But something that they probably should be working on in the future is how to deal with this full court kind of trapping pressure from Delaware.
Yep.
A lot of the times they kind of just put their head down and dribble too much, and they get caught in sticky situations. And a lot of time for the player dribbling the ball, his teammates are running too far down the floor, and they're not even becoming passing options anymore. You've got to keep your head up, keep the ball in safe hands, and just try to advance and know that the ball moves faster than bodies.
Truitt with a nice move inside, but he can't finish. They're going to call a jump ball between Sosa and Fry. The possession will stay with the Knights. It's kicked out to Truitt in the corner. Truitt rattles that one home to extend this lead even further. So yeah, that's going to be the problem for the AJ English Sports Academy, or AESA, who we just saw in the last matchup. They'll take on the Knights, presumably, in the finals, unless anything catastrophic happens. 3rd chance points. Finally, the 4th chance points fall through for number 4, Sosa. Just trying to make it respectable is the Westchester Ballers. Nice shot up, no good. Once again, we haven't seen Comstock apart from that first 5 or so minutes of the half.
Right, and at this particular circumstance, I can understand that. They're down 20 points now, game far out of reach. But yeah, that still is a good point. It seemed like that was a theme. He plays the first couple minutes of the half and then sits. Nice
Certainly
pass
is
there.
interesting. Nifty passing. CJ Fry with the finish. Full court to Truitt is there. And Truitt will say, I can get those 2 points right back. Yeah, we're seeing these players walk around. It's kind of just circus time here as the difference is 20. Here's Bastow for 3. Not going to go.
I certainly know the feeling at this point. You guys are just trying to get their own shots up.
Yep, just playing by themselves. But Tice Harbin's going to pad the stats a little bit. He's got to be player of the game, right?
Absolutely, yeah. He's probably up near 20 points, I'd say. He's got at least, 3-4 threes. Certainly the player of the game for a Delaware Knights team that is going to go into Monday's championship game a heavy favorite.
Oh, yeah. And the AESA, AJ English Sports Academy, has got their hands full. They've got to learn to deal with this full court press. Kaleo Enos cleans up that possession and probably going to do it.
Yeah, that's probably going to do it. And, I mean, they scored 67 points in a 32-minute running clock game.
That's outstanding.
That is elite.
That is outstanding.
Shooting, elite offensive pace. They knew what they wanted to get into when they came here today. They stuck to their game plan of just run, knowing that Westchester couldn't keep up with them. And, yeah, I have to say it again, 32-minute running clock game, 67 points is just unbelievable.
Yeah, and let me tell you, it's not the first time they're putting up 67 points. It's actually on the lower end of their scoring totals this season, if that is believable to you or not. Usually we're seeing 70 balls from the Delaware Knights. It was just outstanding basketball. But they're going to advance to the finals. Well, they'll take on the A.J. English Sports Academy. That's going to happen Monday at 6 o'clock. And coming up, we've got our first Women's League matchup of the day. And our sideline reporter, Kayla Levine, is pulling aside Tice Harbin now, our player of the game here on the Sports Fan Base Network. Tice had a phenomenal day today. And Kayla's going to check in with him now.
You guys won today, and you're moving on to the championship. What works for your team?
Moving the ball, spacing, getting the ball in transition, and finishing.
And you were hitting threes like they were going out of style. What worked for you today?
Players moving the ball and finding me and just knocking down an open shot.
And what are we going to see next from your team heading into the championship?
Aggressiveness, coming out from the start like a dog, just win.
Thank you so much. Good game.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Yeah, certainly that second question there, Tice Harbin knocking down a lot of threes today. And that was a great answer. His teammates were finding him. They were moving the ball against that Westchester zone, and he was able to get uncontested open looks for a Delaware Knights team that ran riot.
Yeah, well, it was a fun one. 67-45 was the final score. Coming up next is the number 3 seed Brotherly Love taking on the number 2 seed Henry Hoops in the Women's League playoffs of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am. You're watching the Sports Fan Base Network. That game should take place in about 10 or 15 minutes. So stay right here for more Brotherly Love action. We've got it coming up next. Hello and welcome everybody into the third game of our 6-game slate. We've got Brotherly Love taking on Henry Hoops. Brotherly Love in red, Henry Hoops in purple. We're starting this game off kind of like our youth game, a little bit late, missing the whole first quarter of action as we were waiting for Brotherly Love to show up. But working inside early is Brotherly Love. They're not going to get anything. Another way. That's Matthew for 3.
Yeah, so Henry Hoops in purple, Brotherly Love in red.
Yes. Final answer. Just getting all of our information a little bit late. Pushing inside, off the glass, no good once again, is Brotherly Love. Headed the other way, mid-range shot just in front of the foul line. Won't fall. But with it now is Johnson. Kicking it down to Menz. Now back to Matthew. Matthew loses control for a second, and that's going to head the other direction.
Sort of displeased with that call. I think they might switch it. Yep, it'll stay. It'll stay with Henry Hoops.
Yeah, and I think that's the right way. The right decision, rather. Despite the gallant effort, I don't know if you saw Wilson, number 21, trying to chase that ball out as it went to the other court. But her efforts are in vain. And once again, this is the second quarter, as this game started late, so they just ran the first quarter all through. And we're starting in the second quarter. It's 10 minutes. Not enough time on the shot clock for Matthew. Brotherly Love going to take over here. So possessing is Taylor. 3-ball on the way. Off the backboard, no good. Deja Terrell with the board. 3-ball on the way. Here's Matthew again. She's been shooting early, only connecting on the first. Pushed inside unsuccessfully to Davis. We're working inside the perimeter here, just off the hands of everybody, it seemed. 1-on-2 opportunity for Brotherly Love. Foul called. We'll see 2 at the line now from Grace Davis.
Yeah, pretty frantic pace early on here. Kind of sloppy, not really under control.
Foul's going to go against Deja Terrell. And yeah, to your point, a little bit scrambled. We were on the court pregame, and we heard some displeasure from the Henry Hoops players being like, hey, why are we getting punished for the clock running? I mean, we were here on time. We were ready to play. It shouldn't be a 0-0 game for Brotherly Love, who was late. They're the reason we're late here, but
And I'm not even sure it was necessarily the girls on the team that were late. I think their uniforms were late.
Yep.
We saw a couple of them sitting down in the section behind the basket there. They just didn't have jerseys. So that 3-pointer is good from Terrell.
yeah, not typically an outside shooter, Deja Terrell, but that time she got it to fall. Now it's stolen by Mazik. Mazik, 1-on-1 opportunity in fast break. Smokes the layup. Matthews, the savior in that instance. Going the other way, ball in the hands of Daisy Wilson. She works it over across court to Timbers. Now inside to Davis. Thought about a 3 on the wing, but instead taking it up and inside for a nice finish is Daisy Wilson.
Yeah, athletic move there from Wilson. I can't believe she got that even up towards the rim. Never mind getting it to go. You're going to see a 2-3 zone here from Brotherly Love.
Matchup to look out for today is Deja Terrell taking on number 21, or I apologize, number 4, Davis. As a 3-ball is on the way from Mazik. She's a 3-ball shooter, not going to fall this time. Matthews able to corral the rebound. Mazik, second chance. Not again. 0 for 3 goes Mazik so far today. Matthews spins inside, a lot of contact. She's knocked to the ground by Grace Davis.
Yeah, loose ball there. Matthew able to corral it. And very bravely go into 2, almost 3 brotherly love bodies, able to get the foul call.
She'll head to the line for 2. First shot up, first shot no good off the front of the rim. Both teams just trying to dial into their ranges here. It's been a slow going offensively. I gotta say, I'm not sure if our viewers can hear this song, but wildly overplayed.
Oh, Nokia by Drake.
Yeah, wildly overplayed. I'm so sick of it.
I think it's overplayed because it is a good song, but yeah, I can agree with
I'm sick and tired. I don't need to be hearing it while I'm watching a basketball game. 3 ball on the way, 3 ball delivered. Daisy Wilson has been hot for brotherly love. It's a 1-point game as Drake continues to ring out through the speakers, and Daisy Wilson's going to force a turnover here.
Say it's going to be a backcourt. Johnson was trying to shield and not pick up the ball, but the ball was rolling too slowly. She really had no choice. It was either a backcourt or a layup.
Now we'll see an inbounds from Taylor. She'll find Davis. Davis is working against Mazik. And Davis going to win that matchup. I apologize, she was working against Camille Menz.
Yeah, strong move there from Davis. Spinning to her left, able to get it to go.
Matthews is upset, but she kicks it out to Mazik. Mazik for 3. Her first points of the day.
Yeah, keeping my eye on Matthews. She's sort of running back on defense very gingerly. She's taken a lot of contact through the first 7 minutes of this game.
Yeah.
She has a lot to be complaining about, and rightfully so.
I saw her a little bit frustrated. You could hear her yell, "Come on," from down the floor from up where we are, up in our pseudo press box up here. We got a little bit of a delay here as the officials looking on to the substitution box, but the inbounds nonetheless, and it yields an open 3. That's pure off the hand of AJ Timbers. Spinning now with it is Mazik, who will be hung up for a jump ball. Daisy Wilson, smart play to get her hands in cleanly. But we'll take a look at the replay.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion on the inbounds after that pause. It's a wide open 3 there for Timbers.
It's going to give brotherly love their first lead of the day. It's 12-11 with 2 minutes left to play here in the first half. Once again, this feels like the first quarter, but it is really the second quarter as we started this game late. So don't forget about that. 12-11 the score. Brotherly Love, we saw, had no warm-up whatsoever. 3 on the way. Timbers, this time off the front of the rim. Not going to fall. Here's Matthews. Spinning to her left before giving it back up to Terrell. Terrell now working against Davis. Physical matchup. Davis wins that one. Full court pass. Ends up in the hand of Daisy. Daisy's 3 no good. Fighting for it on the baseline. I'm going to say a timeout was called by who?
By Daisy Wilson, number 21.
All right.
So
that's what I thought.
Yeah, so I could kind of hear it through the headset a little bit. Daisy Wilson, out by the hash mark, was screaming timeout just at the wrong time. Davis was able to grab the rebound and get rid of the ball. And the referee obviously granted Daisy Wilson's wish of getting a timeout, although they probably didn't want to use it after Davis was able to get the pass off. Daisy Wilson kind of looked at the referee like, wow, now you're going to call it?
Yeah, it's a tough stroke of luck, but Henry Hoops might need it with 40 seconds to play here in the half. They're down 1. in this quarterfinal matchup of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am. We'll stay right here as the players retake the court. But certainly some work to be done, but it's not on either team's game thus far. It's gone back and forth pretty consistently.
Right, there's not really too many talking points. Obviously, we've only played 10 minutes of running clock.
Yeah.
But a pretty back and forth game so far. It doesn't seem like there's any glaring issues from both sides.
I will tell you though, Mazik, I've seen her play before. She plays very much like a floor general who can nail a three. We've already seen that today.
Yep.
So I think she's someone to keep an eye on as like a facilitator. Here's a spinning mid-range shot, no good off the iron. That was off the hand of Davis. Now possessing is Johnson, number 5 in purple. Mazik, who I just mentioned, cutting along the baseline. Working inside. Now giving it up. 3 ball in the way, not going to fall. That was Glenn. Slicing the other way, coast to coast. Blocked by Glenn. And hung up as a jump ball by Daisy Wilson. Daisy Wilson has been making all of the effort plays today.
Right, she's been all over the floor, certainly for Brotherly Love so far.
That jump ball is going to end the half. So we'll leave it right there.
Thought we were going to get a timeout.
Yeah, that would have been a little outstanding.
That would have been a little frustrating,
yeah.
Right? Especially with how this game has gone so far, starting late, but maybe a good decision by the people down there to just send it right to the half.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Well, the winner of this game will take on the winner of the next game. That's Team Vandaway taking on Pressure League. But coming up this half is a halftime report from our sideline producer, Kayla Levine. She'll be interviewing Henry Hoop's head coach. But for now, we'll take a quick break. You're watching the Women's Brotherly Love quarterfinals on the Sports Fanbase Network. We are back here at Penn Charter, and I've got to be honest with you, there's a little bit of confusion whether or not this is the second quarter or not. PA announcer just said we welcome you back to the start of the second. Not sure if he means quarter or half, but there was a very clear announcement before the game had started that the first quarter time was running before the players had arrived, which is not uncommon here at Brotherly Love. And we were eating into some game clock, but now on the big board it says it's the second quarter, so we'll update you as soon as we get that information of what quarter it is exactly. This is only the second quarter of play, but should be the third quarter according to the rules and regulations of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am.
I almost want to turn around at the next break and ask our guy Tyson Maddox, who will be joining us for the last couple of games, if he could do us a favor and or sort of run down to the table and ask us what quarter it is.
But either way, for now, we'll say it's the second quarter. And possessing in the corner now is Matthews, but she works inside to Johnson. Johnson off the glass. No good. So here's Davis storming the other direction. Kicked back out. 3 on the way. Not going to fall. On the wing.
Good pass.
Nice pass, beautiful vision, strong finish, Daisy Wilson.
Yeah, Dara Taylor, what a pass there. Cross-court vision to find the cutting Wilson, easy bucket for Brotherly Love.
Johnson works it back to Matthew. Matthew picks up her dribble. Travel call wanted by Addison, but she won't get it. Either way, a turnover here. Here's Davis, 3-on-1. Back to Davis herself, and she'll get the N1 call. Brotherly Love starting to pour it on here.
Yeah, great use of this 3-on-2, sort of 3-on-1 situation for Brotherly Love. Just a couple dribbles from Davis, dishes it off, and then gets it right back. Easy layup and one.
We'll see Davis at the line with a chance to complete her three-point play.
Ryan, sort of a thought I'm having is I'm going to be very shocked if they're saying that this is only the second quarter, considering that we do have a game that's supposed to be scheduled for 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
I mean, that's obviously 20 minutes from now. I'd be very surprised if they're going to delay that game by that much and play the remaining 3 quarters here. So we'll see.
I would be as well, but
sort of thinking out loud there.
Yeah, we'll get someone to check on that between quarters, and we'll get you the answer as soon as we have it available. But Davis, a really nice spinning finish inside.
Yeah, Brotherly Love starting to pull away a little bit here. They've certainly looked like the stronger, better team as they lead by 7. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Daisy Wilson while she is on the bench right now, and certainly number 4, Rice Davis.
Yeah, she's been playing well thus far. Really been dominant inside. She takes a deep 2. That one just rattles off.
Timeout.
Timeout now going to be called by Henry Hoops. So we'll step aside now. Score 18-11. You're watching the quarterfinals of the Women's League Brotherly Love Pro-Am here on the Sports Fanbase Network. Score 18-11. Back now as Henry Hoops is looking to close up this 7-point deficit. They've got working early here. 6 minutes to play. We're going to call it the second quarter. We're not certain yet. Let's work down to the wing. Jump stop. Shot off the mark. Deja Terrell is going to be fouled as she spins. She'll head to the line for 2. That was just an awkward offensive possession for Henry Hoops, but they've got a chance to close it out with points.
Yeah, sort of a wild shot there from Glenn. Able to get the rebound, though, however. Funky possession there. The result in free throws.
First free throw off the mark from Deja Terrell.
Sort of just thinking out loud again, Ryan. I would be shocked if they are okay with this only being the second quarter, considering they have another game scheduled after this in 18 minutes.
The schedule doesn't mean much to the Brotherly Love.
It's a very fluid schedule.
Exactly. That 3-ball way off the mark and airballed from Dara Tyler. Hey, that's what Henry Hoops needs to claw their way back. They need some defensive stops here, whether they're self-inflicted or not. And we just got confirmation. It is, in fact, the second quarter. So that announcement early on was null and void. We've got 5 minutes to play here in the first half. Arana Mazika 3-ball connects. That was huge for the offensive momentum of Henry Hoops. They have not been able to buy a bucket here in the second quarter. Rebuttal 3 the other way, not going to fall. Deja Terrell with the rebound. Matthew carrying the other way. It's worked over to Lay Hill, now into the corner. Shot up, shot good. All right, call that a 2-pointer, a long 2. So we'll head the other way. Terrell defending. Worked inside to Davis, and Davis noticeably upset as she couldn't hit that layup. Foul called against Brotherly Love. You're going to get Jackson, number 3 in red. Her first of the day.
You know, Ryan, one thing I'm thinking we probably should have noticed is that they didn't switch sides. So that would indicate that it still is the first half. You know?
That's smart.
I think if they would have switched sides, it would have been a tell that it was the second half. But since they didn't, as you can see, we're still only in the second quarter.
Well, hindsight's 20/20.
Right.
That's all right. As Arana Mazik possessing on the wing, she works to her left and just loses possession. And they're going to say it's going to stay shockingly with Henry Hoops, much to the dismay of Brotherly Love. But Mazik taking up her spot to inbound now. To Johnson as the shot clock expired. Not going to hit the rim, so Mazik's rebound was null and void. But Henry Hoops now only finds himself trailing by 2 with 3 minutes to play in the half.
Yeah, they've done well out of that last timeout, haven't given up a bucket since. We'll see if they can keep that defensive momentum going.
Addison gives it up to Wilson. Wilson for 3, just rattled off the front and back. Mazik on the board. Mazik to the corner. It's Matthews working against Addison. She'll give it to Terrell. Now to Mazik off the screen. Good! Pure money from Arana Mazik.
And she was certainly excited after that last 3. She knew it was good the moment it left her hands. Henry Hoops here with all the momentum.
And a huge 3 as that gives them the lead. Now inside it's Davis. The bench of Henry Hoops wanted to travel, but a 3-ball from Addison silences them. The lead back to Brotherly Love, 21-19. Matthews taking a pick from Mazik. 3-ball on the way, off the back of the iron, no good. Full court pass off the outstretched fingertips of Daisy Wilson. Possession will be returned to Henry Hoops.
Yeah, Henry Hoops very fortunate there that pass went out of bounds. That was not a great offensive possession that last time down. Maybe 1 or 2 passes at the most before Matthew sort of chucked up that 3 from the top of the key. And they got a break. That pass down court was just a little awry.
It's Leigh Hill now possessing. She works it to Mazik in the corner. Mazik puts one up. That one off the mark. We'll head with Jackson the other way. Push down to the corner. Daisy Wilson, who's been hot all day. Back to Addison on the wing. That's her sweet spot. This time no good. Easy rebound for Henry Hoops. We're headed coast to coast in the other direction. And points for AJ Timbers. We're tied up at 21 with just a minute left to play here in this first half. Decisive pass to Davis. She just can't hit the layup. Now 40 seconds to play, about a 20-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. Johnson is being swarmed in the corner. And a timeout finally called by Henry Hoops.
Yeah, there was a lot of screaming coming from that Henry Hoops bench trying to get the referee's attention. They were calling that timeout for what felt like a solid 3-4 seconds.
So Henry Hoops going to have 12 seconds to shoot, 30.5 in the half, and we'll step aside here. You're watching the women's quarterfinals of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am on the Sports Fan Base Network. And we are back at Penn Charter. Johnson possessing on the wing. She'll give it up to Leigh Hill. It's a 21-21 ball game, as that turnover could prove massive. Just 20 seconds to play here in this half. We've got confirmation this is the end of the first half, not the end of the third quarter. Davis kicked out for three. Rattles off the rim. Jump ball going to be called. We'll see which way possession's going to go. They're going to do a tried and true jump here.
And that three from our mysterious number 3. We don't have a name for number 3 in brotherly love, but that was a good possession from them. A nice pass from Davis in the middle. She could have taken it herself, but she figured why not get a wide open three on the opposite wing. Just wasn't able to go.
If Brotherly Love wins this tip, they've got 4.4 to shoot. They will. Three ball off the hand of Addison, and it's not going to fall. That's going to do it for this first half of action. It's been a little bit confusing, and we apologize for that, but nonetheless, the score 21-21 at the end of 20 minutes of play. It's been fun so far.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this is a hotly contested game, probably the most competitive that we've seen so far, at least at the half, although that first game, the youth game that we had, was sort of a funky first half. But yeah, it'll be competitive down the stretch, I imagine. We'll see if Henry Hoops is able to continue sort of death by 1,000 cuts. They've got a lot of different girls that are scoring, whereas it seems like for Brotherly Love, it's been a lot of Rice Davis and a lot of Daisy Wilson. Janelle Addison has a couple threes as well. So we'll see who will take away the win here. Second half coming up.
Yeah, but stay right here because we've got a sideline report from our sideline reporter, Kayla Levine. We'll get an inside scoop on what's going on with Henry Hoops.
You guys, the game is tied right now, and you guys persevered and came back late in that second quarter. What some of the changes that you would like to see from your team?
Well, we just need to pick up the defenses, to be honest with you. We started off a little bit slow, but now we're picking it up. So all we got to do is just set good on-ball screens. Everybody just stagnant. The spacing on the floor wasn't there. But we're doing good now, so we just tied up right now. So we just keep playing hard, and we're going to end up winning this game. That's a good team over there. Like, that's one of my guys that's coaching, so that's a good team. Hats off to them, but we got to get the job done, so we're going to be all right.
Thank you so much. Good luck. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, definitely a good answer there. Brotherly Love found themselves with an 18-11 lead, so Henry Hoops finished the half on a 10-3 run. And a great answer, obviously. They just got to pick up the defense a little bit. And I'm intrigued at what he meant by setting more on-ball screens. I feel like we haven't seen much screening offense from both sides. So maybe that's a halftime adjustment that Henry Hoops is going to try to make.
I think we saw a little bit of it from Arana Mazik, but that's a good point. Where Arana Mazik was working off of those ball screens. She was really able to get active from three off of the off-ball screen. So maybe that's something we'll keep an eye out for as this game progresses. But for right now, we're going to take a quick break. There's about another minute and a half until gameplay resumes. But the score is tied, 21-21. You're watching the quarterfinals of the Women's League Brotherly Love Pro-Am here on the Sports Fan Base Network. We've got second half action coming right up. welcome you back to Penn Charter on this beautiful Friday. Now we see Henry Hoops in possession to start this half off. We're in the third quarter, 20 more minutes of action to decide who advances to the semifinals. Kicked out to the perimeter, and Johnson, she puts one up off the mark. Now here's Matthews. Front of the rim, no good. Deja Terrell, third chance points. Not going to fall, but she'll head to the line.
Yeah, I said it in our last youth game between the Delaware Knights and the Westchester Ballers. The Westchester Ballers, sitting in a 2-3 zone, struggled to grab defensive rebounds, and we see the similar situation here with Brotherly Love. Looks like they're also in a 2-3. Gave up multiple looks there to Henry Hoops. It certainly is tough. I've had my fair share of frustrating moments sitting in his own defense and then struggling to grab a defensive rebound because you don't really know necessarily where to go to and who to box out as opposed to being a man-to-man. So we'll see if Brotherly Love can sort of fine-tune that.
With it now is Johnson. Or no, I apologize, Taylor. Kicked down to the corner in Wilson. Wilson's been hot today. She's working inside quickly and putting one up. Just off.
I believe it's going to be on the floor.
I disagree.
See the replay here. I
vehemently.
certainly think that was Ed to the gather. Nice crossover to her right. Gathered, and then the contact came. I'm extremely surprised this foul's on the floor.
Every player on the floor looked to be surprised as they set up in a free throw formation. Daisy Wilson working to get the ball, but we'll see a screen on the way from Davis. Not going to yield any points, but she'll get the rebound and try to clean things up and be fouled doing so.
Yeah, strong rebound here. You'll see Davis come flying in for it over 3 bodies. Then
Really?
puts it up with her left, and you could tell that it was going to be one of those where it was either she makes the layup and we go the other way, or if she misses, the referee will adhere to the contact.
Yeah, I really thought there was a chance that one was going to go through for maybe an and one opportunity. Not able to go. Second one falls. 22-22 now the score. 7:30 to play. It's worked down to Mazik. Now Mazik to Terrell. Terrell can't get that one to go through. Mazik fights for it back, and she'll get the roll.
Just persistence pays off there for Mazik.
Yeah.
Sort of trying to bat the ball up, just keep it alive, able to come down with it. Finds herself with a nice, easy bucket. Hustle plays like that are going to win you this ball game, especially here in the quarterfinals playoff situation.
Oh, fading Davis. Her shot no good. Mazik on the rebound. That one's swiped, but not stolen, because guess who's there to save the day? None other than Arana Mazik. Deja Terrell gets an offensive rebound before putting up a 3 that falls. Deja Terrell, not accustomed to shooting the long ball, but doing just fine there.
And right on cue, as I was just saying the last possession, hustle plays are going to win you playoff games. And you see there Mazik diving on the floor to keep that ball alive, ends in a tray ball for Terrell.
Around the three-point arc is Davis. She works it back to Wilson. Wilson's 3 banked home. Like Switzerland, the banks are open here. Now Johnson looking to respond. She'll work it inside to Deja Terrell. Terrell can't get the roll, and rebound heads to Brotherly Love.
That might be the sort of luck that they needed. They found themselves struggling.
Getting to her spot, but missing the shot is Davis. Mazik with the board. She'll carry across half court. Pushed inside to Terrell, now to the wing.
Great offense.
3-ball delivered.
Yeah, that's textbook zone offense there from Henry Hoops. Terrell finds herself at the nail at the free throw line. She's able to turn and look at her options. Wide open, easy three-pointer.
Yeah, that was Johnson who buried it. Now the other way is Taylor, the other number 5. She'll put up a long 2. Not going to go. Mazik there for the board. She's pushing the pace now. Going the other way, up. Not going to fall. Davis there for the rebound. Now there's a 1-on-2 opportunity the other way. Beautiful offense. Beautiful defense. But a foul called against Deja Terrell, but I got to be honest with you, I think that's a great foul.
Yeah, you said a 2-on-1 situation actually turned into a 3-on-1 situation here. Good ball movement from Brotherly Love, but then that is a great foul there from Terrell. Make them earn it at the line. You don't want to give them any free points.
I believe this is Jackson at the line now. Kind of our mystery player here. She'll miss the first, so that's going to prove the philosophy of Deja Terrell. And substituted to the backcourt. She looks a little confused, was Matthews.
Yeah, Matthews has sort of gone cold here. Had a couple buckets early in the game. She certainly was getting up a lot of shots, but I feel like we haven't called her name we haven't called her name in a little bit.
Just not initiating quite as frequently.
But to her credit, though, she stopped sort of forcing a lot of shots, knowing that she has had teammates who are playing very, very well. Obviously, Mazik, Terrell, they've sort of taken over. That's why they lead by 8.
Glenn with the board off the missed free throw, so 0 for 2 at the line. Goes Jackson and right the other way. It's a beautiful turnaround jumper.
That it was from number 25, also a mystery player. Didn't get her number in the book. Excuse me, her name or her number in the book at the pregame.
Davis was spinning inside there, and she was able to finish it off nicely. Here's Matthews. She's working against Taylor. Step back 2. Falls.
And I think that's what the Henry Hoops coach was talking about at that halftime break. They were able to get a pick and roll for number 2, Shaquana Matthew. She was able to get the switch and the matchup she wanted, able to break down off the dribble and then kick it out for the jumper.
It's worked over to Addison on the wing, and a loose ball, or an off-ball foul going to be called, rather. It's going to go against Turner. Inbounded now to Daisy Wilson. Wilson gets a step. Tries to give it up to someone inside successfully. Now Addison for 3. Off the mark.
Strong rebound there from Monika Glenn. Going up with one hand to grab it.
It's been a consistent theme of this Henry Hoops team is strong rebounding as we get a 3-ball put up. That was a line drive there from Johnson. Here's Davis, Point Davis, coast to coast. Off the glass and in. Much needed bucket for Brotherly Love. They're down 37-29. Matthews looking to extend that lead.
Get the switch that they wanted again. See if she can take advantage.
She will. And she exploits it, pounding her own chest after a made bucket. The energy is flowing through Henry Hoops now. It's the other way to Taylor. She puts one up. Nice layup. We're going back and forth here. Johnson looking to get a piece of the action.
Yeah, Brotherly Love out of their zone now. They go back to man-to-man. And that's where we're going to see a lot of Henry Hoops pick and roll offense, particularly with Matthew running the point.
That ball was swatted away by Davis. So Lay Hill will head in to inbound this. Float past Matthews is successfully caught. Matthews thought about a 3 for a second, but instead she'll get her pocket picked. Here's Davis in transition, up and in. Easy money for Davis. Asia Terrell now with an opportunity of her own. She'll set a screen as Lay Hill puts up a 3. No foul called there. She landed on Daisy Wilson.
Yeah, a lot of contact there, but doesn't get the whistle.
Addison behind the back, mid-range from Davis. Got it. That's going to do it for the third quarter. Nice little comeback spurred by Brotherly Love to cut this lead down to just 4. It's 39-35 with 10 minutes of basketball left to be played. You're watching the women's quarterfinals of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am here on the Sports Fan Base Network. We welcome you back to the final 10 minutes of action here. It's a tight game, 39-35. Henry Hoops in the lead. But Brotherly Love putting up a 3-ball to claw their way back, not going to fall. A Hill on the rebound. And a foul called against Rice Davis.
And I really like that set coming out at the end of the quarter from Brotherly Love. It was a sort of a handoff with Davis and Taylor, and then it was a staggered screen on the left wing for Addison, who we know is their top shooter. She's knocked down a couple threes. A good look, just not able to get it to go. But if you're Brotherly Love, you're good with the execution.
Yeah. And that ball is knocked away. Falls into the hands of Addison in transition. She'll put one up, a little bit of contact, not going to fall. Kicked off the foot of Deja Terrell, so we'll stay with Brotherly Love. Still a 4-point difference in just 9 minutes to play here. Winner takes on the winner of our next Women's League game. That's Vandaway taking on Pressure League. That'll be in the semis. A spinning Davis puts up a shot off the back iron. Addison put up a second chance, but it wouldn't fall. She regains possession with just 9 seconds to shoot. Step back three. Here's Matthews going the other direction. That's popped up into the air, but she'll put one up off the glass. It's going. Matthews starting to work back into it.
Yeah, certainly if she's able to get going again, Henry Hoops is probably going to pull away. See if Brotherly Love can respond. Good look inside to Davis. She's got position on the block.
Yeah, stunning spin moves, but she just can't get the bounce. Davis can't buy a bucket, even though she's been evading Deja Terrell defensively all day long.
Yeah, that's a tough break for her. As I said, she caught it in a good position. She was deep enough to where she had to make one move and she'd be under the rim. And under the rim she was, just not able to get the layup to go.
Yeah, I feel like that's what we've been seeing all day from Rice Davis. Just not able to get the basket through, but
two-man game with Taylor again.
That shot is short and knocked out of bounds. Last to touch it was a Henry Hoops defender. If I had to guess, I'd say number 15, Arana Mazik, got a fingernail on it. And a timeout now going to be called by Brotherly Love. There's 7:18 to play here in this fourth quarter. It's going to be a full timeout, so we'll step aside. You're watching the quarterfinals of the Women's Brotherly Love Pro-Am on the Sports Fan Base Network. Welcome back to Penn Charter. We just saw the Brotherly Love head coach drawing up a play. I'm curious to see what we're looking at here. Nothing interesting thus far, but
Yeah, that was one of those broken plays where they just got to get the ball in.
deep 2 on the way, off the front of the rim, no good. Rebound to Terrell. Pushing the pace is Matthews. That ball is tipped off the hand of a Brotherly Love defender. We'll stay with Henry Hoops.
That was a huge deflection there because Mazik would have had a wide open 3, and that's the girl you would least want to have that if you're Brotherly Love. So
Yeah, we
important
know how
deflection there.
we know how Arana Mazik's been shooting today. That would have been catastrophic. It's a 6-point difference. There's Matthew. Spinning, shooting. Off the glass, won't go. Rebound to Timbers, who just recently checked back into this game. Now it's with Taylor. Taylor carrying to her left. She'll feed Davis. That was a beautiful feed, but Davis is hacked in the lane.
I was just going to say, hacked is the perfect word to describe that, Ryan. I cannot believe that was a foul, or there
Yeah.
was no foul call.
See, I don't understand how they kept possession with Brotherly Love, because that didn't hit anyone else. That was just knocked out of the hands
Right.
of Davis, but they didn't call a foul. I'm not – either way, that's neither here nor there as Davis puts up a shot she can't get to go. Once again, we've seen her beat her defender countless times, but just is unable to complete underneath the basket. Here's Lay Hill kicking it out to Terrell. Terrell for 3 off the mark. Everyone pointing every which direction. And Brotherly Love going to have the advantage.
They're going to get Daisy Wilson up and back into this game. Replace number 3.
I think that's big for Brotherly Love. They need Daisy Wilson. She is their playmaker on offense. I mean, Janelle Addison, she can shoot from 3. I'm not taking that away from her. And Davis is good in the paint, but without someone like Wilson to tie it all together, they're really lost. Here's a 3 from the corner. That's pure. That's a huge 3 from A.J. Timbers. It's a 3-point game.
Yeah, that was just great 2-man action again from Davis and Taylor. As we see a steal here from Wilson.
And
Euro
blocked
step.
by Mazik. But 2 free throws on the way.
Yeah, but that was just a great offensive possession last time down for Brotherly Love. That 2-man action we're seeing with Davis and Taylor. Taylor able to get downhill and attack the defense, kick out to a wide open Timbers on the weak side, corner 3. Now Wilson a chance to cut into this deficit some more.
And you got to love the energy from Daisy Wilson. She was initiating that steal, so she bought these 2 free throws for herself, forcing the foul call. That was Arana Mazik who got tracked down from behind. Daisy Wilson makes it a 1-point game here with just 4:14 to play. Winner plays on Sunday in the semifinals. Here's Matthews off the mark. Rebound to Timbers.
They got numbers if they hurry. Oh,
And
no.
just thrown away out in front of Janelle Addison. She was unable to catch up to it.
Yeah, and this late in the game, trailing by 1, it's those possessions, those mistakes that you cannot make. You need every possession you can get. Try to look to get another stop.
That is tipped away by Davis. It'll stay. Nice heads-up play by Davis. 15 to shoot. 3:30 and 3:20 now to play. Inbound finds Johnson. Johnson gets a step on Daisy. And they're going to call Wilson for the foul.
She's definitely not too happy about that. Definitely a little bit too much contact for the referee's liking.
And it looked like awkward contact, too. I mean, she was kind of backing into her. Like, obviously she was beat and was just trying to slow up her mark any way possible. But it's stolen now on the open floor and put up by Timbers. She'll be fouled. Or not Timbers, Taylor, sorry.
It's just great active hands on defense there, just able to jump the passing lane. And if you're Daisy Wilson there kind of trailing, you probably should have let Taylor know, like, hey, I'm trailing. If you just dish it off, I'll have a wide open layup. But regardless, brotherly love here, cutting into that deficit.
First free throw up and good for Taylor. Matthews maybe getting a little bit of coaching notes from someone on the sideline there. A brother or sibling of some variety.
Those are the two gentlemen we were shooting hoops with before the game.
Oh, yeah. Nice guys. Here's Mazik on the wing. Puts one up, top of the key. A lot of contact. She hit nothing but pure 0-2. Seemed like she wanted to foul there, Ryan.
It seems like she was almost hunting for the foul more so than trying to get an open shot.
Now 3 the other way. Here's Addison. Drilled it. Enormous for Brotherly Love. They've got themselves a 4-point lead.
Yeah, we'll see on the replay here. Addison could have taken it the first time, but she figured why not let it fly on the step back. Huge three-pointer for Brotherly Love. And they've got all the momentum here late.
That's going to force a full timeout to be called by Henry Hoops. Henry Hoops now down by 4 with 1:44 left to play here in this quarterfinal matchup. You're watching the Brotherly Love Pro-Am on the Sports Fan Base Network. Scared of that. Hello and welcome back to the Brotherly Love Pro-Am. 1:44 left in this contest, 45-41. It's a tight matchup. It's gone back and forth all day. Henry Hoops inbounding, and they just had it stolen. That is catastrophic. Addison thought about the 3 from the corner. She's been elite from 3, but instead they work it inside to Davis. Davis puts it up off the backboard. She can't get that to go.
She really can, and you can see her frustration with the referee. I give her a lot of credit. She's endured a lot of contact in this game, has not had a favorable whistle, and yet she still stays resilient and is able to get herself and her team a possession.
A timeout going to be called by Brotherly Love just before the inbound. I don't know about that. I mean, Janelle Addison, she's been hot from 3. She was wide open in the corner. Maybe I would have let her take it.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that the Brotherly Love coach even saw that, because I think anyone in their right mind would let that play continue if they saw Addison wide open on the opposite side.
Yeah.
But we'll stick right here as we see another play being drawn up baseline out of bounds for Brotherly Love. I think the one thing that they have been able to stick to is kind of a balance of threats offensively. Obviously, Rice inside, she's had her struggles in not getting layups to go, yet that gravity is still a presence to be dealt with if you're the Henry Hoops defense. And then also Addison and her three-pointers, and Daisy Wilson with her her playmaking, and so it's sort of been a balanced attack here for Brotherly Love, and that's the reason why they lead late and with the possession.
Yeah, despite having less players on their roster, they've been far more consistent throughout the day today. Henry Hoops has shown flashes from multiple different people. Arana Mazik showed flashes. Matthew showed flashes. Deja Terrell has showed flashes. Leia Hill has showed flashes. But no one has really stuck around in this game.
Baseline out of bounds set here. Always keep an eye out for the shooters. Janelle Addison in those orange shoes lined up just below the elbow, above the elbow. She's going to get a screen here.
Surprised they didn't
Split
get Addison.
action wide open.
Shocked they didn't take Addison in the corner there, and I'm shocked that was a foul call. That looked like all ball to me. But Deja Terrell finally going to get her wish and be sent to the line with 1:11 and running.
Yeah, I think out of all the ones that we've seen tonight, for that to be a foul call for Davis, she'll take it, obviously, because she's had plenty that should have been fouls, but I don't know about that one.
Yeah, Henry Hoops coaching staff certainly in vehement disagreement. But not the best free throw shooter at the line now is Davis, but she'll drill the first.
Yeah, and I like that play call that the Brotherly Love coach drew up. It was a sort of a screen-to-screener action. Rice started in the short corner, set a screen for the shooter. That was Addison going to the corner. That's option number one. If that's not there, you continue the play, you let it run out. It's a screen-to-screener, so then you're screening for Davis. She's able to curl around and get to the block, and they were able to get a foul call out of it. So a nice set there from the Brotherly Love coach.
Good news is no matter what happens here, as that free throw is missed, Henry Hoops with the rebound. It's just a 5-point game, 46-41, and a foul going against Addison. So a chance to cut away at a 2-possession lead here is enormous for Henry Hoops. They're going to send Johnson to the line with it.
Sort of out of control take there. I'm surprised that was a foul call as well.
Critical free throw. First one falls. So 46-42 now the score. It's a 4-point game. This one up. This one no good. That one arguably more critical than the first.
It's going to stay with Henry Hoops.
Yeah, miraculously it stays with Henry Hoops, and that's even bigger than making the shot.
Absolutely, yeah, you get another possession here. Obviously 1 point already up on the board. You got a chance for a couple more.
Let me ask you this, Ryan. Are you going for a 3 or a 2 here?
We'll see. Based on this setup, it looks like Matthew might just back up to sort of catch this ball and then go from there. But keep an eye out for Mazik, number 15, on the opposite side. She's opposite of the ball. The referees are going to have a discussion here.
Just trying to make heads or tails of whatever's going on out here. Not sure what the concern is. The scoreboard's right, the players look right. Finally, we're back to basketball.
Give you a concrete answer, Ryan. They're going to screen here. Oh, wow. That was not the shot you want if you're Henry Hoops.
No. Wow, that's critical. 50 seconds to play now. With it is Men's. Now Davis working the post game. They're going to take all 24 seconds of the shot clock, unless Mazik has something to say about it.
Yeah, good decision there from Davis. Caught the ball in the block. Was in good position if she wanted to play it out. Sort of gave a look to her coach on the sideline, and her coach said, sort of pointed out towards Taylor out by half court and said to pass it out to her to waste some more clock and make it a free throw type of game.
2 free throws now on the way for Dara Taylor. Taylor with a big chance here, and she can't hit the first one. She had hit both. That would have been big, forcing 2 3-point attempts. Just hitting one would be big. She does just that. So that's going to mean Henry Hoops now needs a 3-ball to tie it at some point. They're going to go for 2 quickly. Not going to get it to fall. Deja Taylor there for the board. She puts it up right away. So they've got enough time with 24 seconds on the shot clock, 28 on the game clock.
Good fight there from Henry Hoops, especially from Terrell as well. Clean up that offensive rebound, put it back up and in. And that was interesting. Right out of the inbound, Davis was wide open. They just could have given it to her to waste some clock. Maybe she's not the greatest free throw shooter, and her teammates maybe know that. They sort of looked past her, waited for Daisy Wilson to get open, and she misses the first one.
Yeah, what's interesting to me is it was a 1-possession game, and there's a difference of about 3 seconds between shot clock and game clock. I don't know if I would have fouled there necessarily, because now you're down 2 possessions. Got to get one quick here. And getting fouled before any kind of action is Johnson.
So Johnson will go to the line here, and I'm interested to see. That was a good point. That honestly, I didn't even realize it was a 1-possession game, only a 3-point game. And Henry Hoops, for some reason,
they had the time. Yeah,
they had the time.
I'm not sure what they were doing.
So I would imagine, based off of that, they're probably going to foul right away here, make or miss.
They would have to, right? Because now the shot clock is off, so you can just theoretically hold it.
Now, but say what I was trying to say is I'm curious if Johnson were to make this only a 2-point game, 20 seconds left, they might try to play a little bit of defense first to see if they can get a steal.
Could be.
And then maybe by like 15, 16 seconds they'll probably foul. Or if they'll foul right away, I'm curious to see here is they're going to let Wilson just catch wide open.
Foul going to be called there. Nice hustle from the shooter, Johnson. But once again, it's Daisy Wilson being sent to the line. Her team up just 2 with 20 seconds to play. I mean, if she splits her free throws like she just did, I mean, it's still a 1-possession game, so I guess they were playing the long game on the free throws, trying to preserve time over maybe get a chancy 3-second 3-ball. Pressure now on Daisy Wilson to hit both free throws. First one up. First one, no good. Suddenly there's hope for Henry Hoops.
And now I think make or miss. If you're Henry Hoops, I think you do exactly what you've been doing the last couple possessions. Stay aggressive, get downhill, get to the rim. You've shown that you're going to get a couple fouls. Obviously a couple fouls in the last couple possessions. So I'm just curious, and I'm sort of scared for their sake if they're just going to force up a 3 here.
I certainly hope not. Here's Johnson. She will. Way short off the front of the rim. They've still got 10 seconds. No. I'm confused. I'm perplexed. I don't understand. But a 2-ball goes through. Foul call with 2 seconds left. The score is 49-48. I'm confused, Ryan.
Deja Terrell.
I'm confused.
It was an air ball from our mysterious number 25, and Terrell sort of caught the air ball under the rim, and that's one of those where your basketball instinct, you just lay it up for an easy 2 points, and you don't even really realize that you're down 3.
But even beyond that long 2, it looked like they were trying to dribble outside, trying to get to the 3-point arc, and then throw up one of the worst shots I've seen all day.
Yeah,
just this haphazard, frantic, we're not even in 3-ball range, 3-ball shot. I don't understand it.
I don't understand it either. Number 25, you could tell that's exactly what she was trying to do, but then she still got that shot off well short of the 3-point line.
I suppose with 2 seconds left, hope is still alive for Henry Hoops, but a catastrophic error sends Daisy Wilson to the line, who's been consistently going 1 for 2.
And now I think you missed this one on purpose, because you got to think you're giving up a 3-point attempt from around half court anyway. You might as well not give them a running start.
Yeah.
On an inbound.
Not a bad idea. We'll see what they do. Looks like she's going to try to shoot and make it. She will.
See, that's
timeout.
I'm confused on why you don't just purposely miss that, because you got to think with only 2 seconds left, it's a very low possibility that Henry Hoops is going to get a 2-point shot attempt off. If they're going to get a shot attempt off, it's going to be a 3, and it's probably going to be from around the half-court area.
Yep.
So a 3 beats you regardless of whether you made that free throw or not. So I'm confused as to why they didn't just miss that on purpose. And now that they made it, Henry Hoops has a chance to draw at least something up 2 seconds, we've certainly seen crazier things happen.
Yep.
Henry Hoop's going to draw something up now, and they'll get a sort of a running start off the inbound rather than sort of a frantic grab the rebound and go.
So I want to go back to that last offensive possession for Henry Hoops. Deja Terrell catches it underneath the basket. There's about 4.5 seconds on the clock. You think she would have even had enough time to make it out to the three-point arc?
If she knew right away that that's what she needed to do, then yes. But I think because she clearly didn't, as we saw, she had laid the ball up, I think any sort of hesitation there would have been costly.
I guess. There was just no words to come out
Right.
other than, no, why?
I give you a lot of credit. I think you did a great job considering the confusing nature of the play.
But, hey, it's worked out for them. They've got a chance to win this game. 2 seconds left.
So
They'll get the last shot.
Ryan, I take back everything I said. I'm sort of in this college basketball, men's college basketball mindset where you're not allowed to advance the ball for a timeout. You are in the Brotherly Love League. And so New Henry Hoops, I mean, if they want to take it to, they absolutely now have time as they inbound it by the hash. But you got to imagine number 15, Mazik, she's going to get some action here to try to get a three-pointer off for the win.
And I like Davis being on the inbound person. It's a lot of height to throw around. That can make life very difficult for a shorter player like Matthews.
And I don't like – okay, they're going to switch now. Addison sort of just as tall as Davis.
Yeah.
I don't like Matthews being on the inbound because then you're giving the shortest girl on your team the responsibility of trying to throw it over someone much taller.
Agreed.
But take a look here. Mazik's going to try to come up off this screen.
Interesting last shot to throw up. Not going to go. No fouls called. That's going to do it. 50-48 is the final. Brotherly Love is headed to the semifinals of the Women's Pro-Am here at Penn Charter. They're going to take on the winner of our next matchup. Team Vandaway is taking on Pressure League. So the winner of that game will take on Brotherly Love on Sunday in the semifinals. But an interesting game. I don't know what else to say about it. An interesting game ends there. 50-48. Just, my mind is reeling here.
Interesting is the perfect word to use. Competitive, I think, is a good
competitive
word to use, too.
is a better
It
word.
was by far
Yes.
the most competitive game of the day that we've had so far,
Yes.
and maybe throughout the rest of the day it will prove to be. Obviously, a 2-point game. It was close the whole way. I believe it was. It was tied at the break. And Brotherly Love, I think, threw a lot of threes from Addison, good playmaking from Wilson, and then just the presence of Davis in the paint, able to come away with the win. And then that two-man action with Davis and Taylor proved to be too much for Henry Hoops.
Yeah, you can see at the top of your screen there, Deja Terrell chatting with Jim Rice Davis. And Jim Rice Davis will be the Sports Fan Base Network player of the game. She's walking over with our sideline reporter, Kayla Levine. So Kayla is going to get a couple of words from Davis.
You guys got your first playoff win today, and it was a competitive one, and it was a close one throughout the entire game. What works for your team today?
Just staying focused, remembering the fundamentals. We're going to hit waves where maybe we're not scoring the ball or, the other team is getting in their scoring bag, but just staying consistent, knowing, what we have on the court and on the bench, trusting in our abilities, locking in on defense and finishing off the game.
And now that you guys are moving on, what are we going to come and see from your team in the next round?
You're going to see a lot of defensive intensity. We're hungry for another win. We're chip chasing. So you guys are going to see a lot of energy and competitiveness throughout the rest of the championship run.
Thank you so much. Good game. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Kayla. Chip chasing, you heard it here first. Brotherly Love is on the prowl. They got a staunch lineup to get through. You're going to have to take out Team Ice to get there. You're going to have to take out one of these two teams, whoever comes out on top, whether that be Vandaway or Pressure League. Both phenomenal squads.
But definitely love that that squad has a goal in mind, that nothing short of a championship. They expect to win the championship no matter who they have to go through. And I liked her answer to that first question there. Just staying calm through the ups and downs. There's so many ebbs and flows to a basketball game.
Yeah.
There's going to be times where you go through scoring droughts. There's going to be times where your opponent is, as Davis said, in their scoring bag. And we definitely saw that with Henry Hoops. Mazik was hitting a bunch of threes. Terrell was playing extremely well. But for Brotherly Love, as Davis said, to stick to their game plan and to stay calm and to know that there's going to be ups and downs in a game was huge for them as they try to chip chase.
Oh, that's going to do it here for the first 3 games on our early slate. Coming up next is Team Vandaway taking on the Pressure League in another quarterfinal matchup of the Women's Brotherly Love Pro-Am. That's going to do it for me. Taking my spot is Tyson Maddox. Ryan Straub is going to be here with you all day.
All day
long. So thank you very much for allowing me into your homes. But that's going to do it for me. We're going to take a quick break here in between games. You're watching the Brotherly Love Pro-Am on the Sports Fanbase Network.
And welcome back to some more Brotherly Love Pro-Am, brought to you by Sports Fan Base Network. I'm Tyson Maddox, of course, here with Ryan Straub, as you were hearing earlier. And, of course, we have an interesting development here, don't we, Ryan?
We've had many interesting developments here today, and just add another one to the list. So it looks like we're going to get team pressure versus Team Vandaway. Team Vandaway's in black, as we see on offense here. This is number 5.
It's Tyler.
That is Tyler, yeah, she's working hard on the glass. So Team Vandaway, all in black, that is them, completely 100%. As for the other team, it is a mixture between Team Pressure and Team Henry Hoops, who we just saw in our last game. There were only 2 Team Pressure players to show up. And as you can see on our feed here, that is the 2 ladies in the orange shorts. So the one down by the block there, and then the other one up by the free throw line on the other side. They simply just grabbed a couple Henry Hoops uniforms and threw them on. And so we're not really sure exactly what to call them in terms of, are they Team Henry Hoops, are they Team Pressure?
I guess we'll stick with Pressure, as both free throws by Tyler good. As the swing one from Pressure goes for 3, no good. Rebound Rinko over to the corner, and that is good by Rothmeyer. Or Davis, excuse me.
Yeah, that'll be Davis. We'll fix that. Yeah, and
now
so
still there from
nice
Tyler.
Steal from Tyler.
Yeah, again, all mixed up here as Tyler gets that to go.
So unfortunately, we don't know the 2 ladies in the orange shorts for Team Pressure, as they kind of threw on the Henry Hoops uniforms at the top of the key there. That young lady is wearing a number 3 jersey. That was Monika Glenn from the last game for Henry Hoops. So unfortunately, we do not know her name. We didn't get any information on that. And we also don't know who number 21 is. That was Deja Terrell's number last game for Henry Hoops. Unfortunately, we don't know who that is now. But we do know that number 2 is Shaquanya Matthew. Inbounding is, I believe that's number 3.
It's an air ball there.
So we have 2 number 3 purple uniforms. Something that we've had multiple times here today already.
That does happen.
And you can tell I am absolutely thrilled about that.
Absolutely. As Rinko brings it up, top of the key. Sends down Williams. Pass to Tyler. Still at the top of the key. Searching now 3 here from Davis. No good. Rebounded. I believe that is
Monika Glenn.
Monika Glenn. So we'll keep that one in mind. So we can go back over to Davis. Davis pump fakes, drives to the middle. Back to Williams. Williams will take the 3 and make the 3. 10-0 start here for Pressure League. Or sorry, for Vandaway. See, everything's getting so messed up. I'm seeing the wrong teams now.
Yeah, it's been an absolute circus here so far. But back to basketball, expect as we see, obviously a 10-0 lead here for Vandaway. I expect them to pull away and sort of easily win this one. They're playing against essentially Henry Hoops, who just played in their last game, in a tight 2-point loss. So expect Vandaway to come away here with an easy win, I'd imagine.
So Rinko on the left wing, spinning. Inside to Williams. Williams, bigger body, misses the layup. Now back up goes Savage, no good.
See a nice steal there.
See a nice steal from Rinko after the quick pass there. Now Williams, top of the key, goes for another 3, a little bit long. Rebounded by Savage. Goes up back for a mid-range, no good. Now another steal for Vandaway. Rinko again on the left wing, now pulls up for mid-range, and it's good.
And we're, obviously you can't see myself and Tyson up here in the box. I shouldn't even really call it a box, but PA announcer calling a completely different name than what we had.
Yeah.
Sort of liquid fluctuating rosters from game to game here. Okay, so we do know that is Layhill, number 0 for Henry Hoops.
We do. And now Davis.
You can tell by my excitement just to know that we know who someone is.
Davis now pulls for 3, gets one right back. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm trying to go through my pressure league roster in the past just to try to recognize, first layup was made by a pressure league player as same player gets blocked there. Now Williams pass to the left wing. Davis almost losing it. Step back. Bit short. So I'm trying to look back just to see if I can recognize the name, but it's going to be tough right now. It's another great layup there by Matthews.
She was fantastic in the last game for Henry Hoops. Had a hot start. Kind of cooled off a little bit, but had a couple buckets late as well. Now another sort of interesting thing I'm noticing is it says the second quarter on the big board here. I wonder if they're kind of considering this game as sort of just a wash and they might just play only 3 quarters. I'm not really sure here.
I don't know. I mean, they ran running clock to start last game, as you were well aware. And, in fact, you, of course, and CUNY sent me down to figure out, was it the second half or was it the second quarter?
Right.
And, of course, it was the second quarter.
Yeah,
we were both surprised on.
They had a running clock. They said this is the game clock, and so we were all thinking that the first quarter had just run out before the game had started, but then no. Team Brotherly Love got their jerseys and got there, and then they just decided to play all 4 quarters. So I'm not sure what the situation is now.
No idea.
Strong take.
Great take there by person. I believe the last name Savage going up for free throws, but again.
So I think, I'm just sort of thinking out loud here, I'm going to run down. I think it's probably going to be halftime. It says it's the second quarter up on our scoreboard. Obviously not on the live stream, but on the scoreboard here, or on the scoreboard here. So if it is halftime, I'll run down there and I'll figure out and try to get some names.
Okay, well, that just confirmed it. It still counts as pressure,
right,
as the PA announcer does call it pressure. First free throw made. Again, very peculiar, as it seems more Henry Hoops than pressure.
Right.
And now I guess a delayed substitution for Williams. Now 21 brings it up to the top of the key. Gets a screen. Pulls for right wing, no good. Rebounded by Davis.
Yeah, I think we
Davis
just have to
searching, gets inside.
I just have to go with old-fashioned sort of, instead of calling names, just calling jersey numbers. Unless we know for sure who someone is.
Absolutely.
It's Williams will check it back in for Vandaway.
Because I would say another name, but actually I think someone from the men's game who also plays for Alumni League, he sort of called us out yesterday by getting his name right. And when I walked in, he checked in on me and said, "What's my name?" And I'm like, "Last name's right, I know that." And he's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Don't remember your first name." He's like, "That's good enough."
Don't check me about that.
So, good. There's Williams again inside. Now, I imagine, if I remember pressure league correctly, they didn't have the most height anyway. I can't imagine sort of the mismatch Vandaway would have with both Williams and Tyler.
Right. Yeah, that certainly would have been an advantageous perspective from them, as the 3 from Davis is good. But yeah, absolutely, Vandaway would have had the height advantage, I think, either way with Tyler and with Williams.
Absolutely. 22-7 is your score as you get down to the last minute of maybe the half. We're not totally sure. It says second quarter up there. It's the first quarter we're watching. It's now airballed. And an outlet pass up. Layup no good. Rebounded by number 6 and good. It was 2 Baines and then number 6. The announcer said the last name was a little bit longer. It would have been easy for us to hear him. But right here by 0 of pressure league. Now jump ball. Clock's still winding down. Now paused. So 14.7 is the clock. Our Producer's freaking out, maybe a snack situation here. But it is 18.7 on the clock, on the big clock. The purple Gatorade, that's a choice.
That is
Producer,
definitely an interesting choice.
Producer going for purple Gatorade. I don't know if I agree with that one. What was your go-to color?
Green.
Interesting.
Green. Yep, absolutely. A lot of people call, or I guess you could say it's yellow.
The lemon lime. The
The
whole
lemon
point.
lime. Yeah, some
The
people say
chocolate
green.
Gatorade.
Some people say yellow.
Yeah, it's
That and the blue. The blue are. I mean, those are the two most popular. Though.
always gotta like blue. I like the white one too.
Wasn't a fan. Wasn't
Yeah.
a fan.
Some of those flavors I like is 5 seconds left on the clock. Blocked is Williams. And that's going to end it for maybe this half. I'm still a bit confused. Now it's just quarter 3.
Right. I think this might be halftime. We're not getting much help from the ladies and gentlemen down there at the scorers table. We're going to go out on a limb and say it's the third quarter.
Until told otherwise. So we'll take a break here, come back, and we'll sort of see what the plan is in just a second. Welcome back. So we have gotten confirmation that it is the second half. This is the third quarter, although still rather peculiar as we started in the second. So see what happens here. But number 5 from Henry Hoops.
We certainly made up for the sort of, we almost basically played 5 quarters last game because they declared that the first quarter of the last game was a running clock, and then they still decided to start late and play the full 4 quarters.
I guess the nice thing here is, of course, there's only 2 players on Pressure League that are here. And so you get the full game for Henry Hoops, who did show up,
right,
and for Brody Love, who did show up, even if it was a little bit late. Whereas Henry Hoops clearly didn't, and now people get a little extra run, so.
Yeah, and unfortunately, sometimes a little extra runs is going to come at the cost of being extremely exhausted.
Absolutely.
As I mentioned, these Henry Hoops players are essentially going to play 2 back-to-back games now against a Vandaway team that's big, that's fresh, that's ready to play.
There's 3 ball on the left wing, no good. Rebounded by
number 6.
Number 6 of Vandaway. Now, of course, because of the shortened halftime, we also didn't have time to go down and get rosters because we didn't know how much time we were going to have, and then by the time we realized, they just came right out. So, you know, unfortunately, number 4, whose name we don't have, number 6, whose name we don't have, apologize. Just call you by your numbers here. We got everyone else. There's number 6 now, pulls from 3, no good, rebounded by, and stolen now by Davis. Goes up for the layup, no good, gets her own rebound, now goes up for their layup in is good.
Yeah, nice persistent effort there from Davis. Sort of in there by herself amongst all of the pressure players.
And on the smaller end as well, so.
Absolutely.
Good finishing to get around as 25 of Pressure League gets fouled by Williams. Williams pushing a little too much.
So, see a red Gatorade behind us, but no purple.
It looks like they didn't have it, is my guess. The Gatorade is not the color it seems we were looking for. They don't have it.
Bit ambitious to look for purple Gatorade at a concession stand.
As Davis checks out. And Jones checks back in. Or excuse me, that's wavering down as Baines. Number 5 of pressure league makes the mid-range right at the end of the shot clock there.
Yeah, that was a nice number 15 step back there in the corner.
Number 4, Vandaway goes up, makes a nice Euro, easy layup. Now 5 from pressure. Goes for the 3, no good. Rebounded by 3, who goes and makes the 3 in the left corner.
Yeah, number 4 there from Vandaway, sort of confused why there wasn't a foul call on that rebound. It kind of got clocked out of her. Ended up in a 3-pointer for team pressure.
Now into Tyler inside, goes up, gets fouled. Maybe using the left hand might have gone around that a little bit better. Regress. As it is bases loaded. Top of the first, 1 out with the Phillies.
There we go.
Making up for last night's awful play. And we all know everyone loves Sosa.
Right.
And that's who's up right now. Tyler misses the first free throw.
Interesting decision there by Rob Thompson to keep Jesus Luzardo in that late, but I digress. Well,
let's see. Who's up today? Oh, it's Wheeler. All right. Number 5.
yeah, him and his shoulder.
Oops. 21 goes for long 3. No good. Williams trying to get the outlets pass. Gets stolen by 21 of Pressure League. Now he's going to pass it out to 5. Takes the feed from the right wing. No good. Rebounded by, again, the name I have is Baines. Now Williams is going to take from top of the key. Rattles out. No good. Rebounded by Pressure.
Team pressure getting some good looks the last couple possessions, a couple threes, just unable to get them to go. Vandaway's going to have numbers here if they hurry.
And Vandaway, Tyler, back out to Baines for 3. Just off the front, Tyler almost got the offensive rebound, but sort of gets it stolen by 15. Pressure, who tries the behind-the-back pass. Interesting to do that down 17. But Williams now with the ball. Timeout by Vandaway. So we'll cut as well. And come back for the rest of the half. Welcome back. Vandaway with the ball. 18 seconds left on the shot clock. Of course, they did take it up court first. Number 6 inside to Tyler. Tyler almost loses it. Now goes up. Gets fouled. I believe it's on number 3 of Pressure League. Arm's just too far down, I imagine.
Yeah, I like that action out of the timeout to get Tyler a look and a touch in and around the basket. She's able to turn and create contact. Have herself 2 free throws.
So first one is good. Substituting in again, the names I have are Savage and Davis.
Essentially, we just hope they're correct.
That's what I'm hoping for, exactly. and the second one is good. It's interesting because we know Davis and we know Tyler.
Right.
We know Williams for sure.
Absolutely.
It's just
Everyone else.
black box. There's number 2 for pressure. Pulls, almost banks it. No good. Number 4 for Vandaway. Bring it up. Passing over to Davis. Davis pump fakes. Now drives mid-range. No good. Rebounded by 21 of Pressure League. Goes to the center, top of the key. Stops at the right elbow, now drives to the left, goes over the layup and is good.
So I heard the PA announcer say Taylor something. We know number 21 who just had that nice layup with her left hand. Good move. Her first name is Taylor. We'll shout her out for that.
We'll go with Taylor then. We'll just go with what we can here.
We're on a first name basis with her. Come on now.
No, I didn't interview her. I interviewed her teammate last time.
Okay.
Last time I saw Pressure League.
Yeah, but a nice move there from Taylor. Go up strong
wow.
to contact, and Davis just cut through wide open. Someone was sleeping for team pressure there.
Absolutely.
Pressure League.
Imagine worse. Can't imagine how upset your coach would be at Immaculata if that happened to you guys.
They wouldn't be on the court anymore. So if that were me, I would not be on the court anymore, certainly after that.
Yeah, that's a quick pull as you get a shot out of bounds. Pressure League. Davis with the ball. Gives it to number 6. Gives number 4 on the right wing. He drives. Mid-range, no good. Now 15 of Pressure League. Looking to drive, does so. Goes for the reverse, no good.
Sort of out of control look there.
Now Davis for 3 and is good.
Yeah, 5-on-4 there is Matthews struggling to get back on defense. Vandaway, as we see another steal here. Davis might have got away with a travel.
Maybe. Now trying to pass to Williams. Somehow does get it to Williams.
Now we got just 5-on-3 action here. We've got 2 ladies in purple uniforms just not even playing defense.
I mean,
and I can't blame them because this is their second game in a row.
Absolutely. As Taylor makes another good layup. There's a 3 from number 4, no good. Rebounded by Pressure. Number situation, 5 driving up, no good. Rebounded by number 6 of Vandaway. Now, if I remember correctly, number 2 for Henry Hoops, she was arguing a bit last game as well, I feel like.
She was, yeah, Matthews.
Yeah.
She had a couple possessions where she thought she got fouled, and there were definitely a couple that I agreed with her on that. So, but I think it's just at this point a lot of tired bodies out there in purple uniforms. There's a step back 3 there.
Number 15.
Number 15. That's her second jumper of the game, at least from what I've seen.
Absolutely.
Nice lefty shooting stroke. Now she's got some work to do on the defensive end.
Inside to Savage, who spins into the middle. Right hand, no good. Rebounded by number 6, and that is good. I definitely heard Sanaya,
Absolutely,
so I'm going to keep with the Sanaya.
Yeah, number 6 on Vandaway, Sanaya. We got you.
Yep.
Just working with what we got here, playing it by ear, literally.
Yeah, I don't know if even sometimes you can pick it up. I literally took off my headphone a little bit just to hear the PA better as we get a turnover there by Vandaway, and that is going to end the third quarter. So we'll take a break here, come back. Last quarter of our game between Vandaway and Pressure League. Back with you shortly. Welcome back to our final quarter between Vandaway and Pressure League. Vandaway with the 40. Pressure League with 19. You imagine Vandaway is going to pull away with this one, considering how the game's been going so far.
Absolutely, yeah. It will certainly easily walk away with the win here. Sort of an unpredictable quarter I think we have coming up.
Sanaya now able to escape from the double team. Mid-range, no good. Rebounded by Baines, goes back up, blocked. And now Pressure League ball. Matthews with it, looking to drive. Now posting up on Vandaway's number 2. Rebounded. Taylor goes for 3, no good. Rebounded by Baines. Numbers advantage. Davis for 3, and it's good. Again, for Vandaway, you sort of imagine, okay, you have Williams, you have Tyler, of course, neither on the court right now, but you sort of assume that's where the scoring is going to be. There's a nice 3-ball there from
that's Lay Hill.
Lay Hill. As a fortunate start for Wheeler, he starts with a walk. But Lay Hill, great 3. But yeah, you would imagine Tyler and Williams would be the main sort of engine of the offense, but it seems right now it's Davis.
Absolutely, yeah. She's hit a couple jump shots. And for Vandaway, obviously playing against this tired team pressure league team, it's easy to sort of have multiple girls going and multiple girls scoring. And they've certainly done a good job in spreading the wealth here tonight.
There's a mid-range there by number 3 for Pressure League, no good. Now another 3, just a bit short, rebounded by number 3 of Pressure, goes up for layup. And now he's going to be fouled, taking some free throws. Yeah, I imagine it's hard to put pressure on the wings when you're playing your second game in a row.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm honestly kind of surprised they're not in a zone here to give themselves a little bit of a rest. Although a lot of coaches, including Coach Jason Hyman, formerly of Immaculata University, would claim that playing a zone defense is actually you should be doing more running than in man-to-man. But certainly a lot of the times teams that are tired, they will drop back into a zone defense. I'm surprised that Pressure League hasn't done that.
Well, I mean, I feel like that just depends on what zone you're playing, right? I mean, middle of a 2-3, not a lot of running, but I guess if you're in the middle of 2-3, you're also center, and centers usually don't do a lot of running anyway.
I think a lot of coaches are kind of under the mindset that if you drop into a zone, that you need to be active, and because there's no excuse to be tired because you're not guarding a man.
Right.
You're sort of guarding the area, and you just have to do your job in guarding that area.
Makes perfect sense.
And most of the time, a lot of the successful zone defenses are the ones that are so active and forced the ball to be moved around. And then
Davis with another 3. That's a third of the quarter.
Absolutely, yeah, Davis. She is lighting it up from beyond the arc tonight. But yeah, like I was saying, zone defenses, the ones that are the most successful are the ones that are the most active and can keep up with the ball that's moving.
Now another 3, maybe a bit of a heat check there. No good, but rebounded by Vandaway. I imagine it seems like Vandaway, running their offense, but to me at this point, I would think, just pass it to Davis, let her. It was great up and under there by Savage.
That was Savage, yeah.
Got that right.
What a move. Up and under. Great footwork to keep her pivot foot down.
I will say personally, I never really got the spin right because, on that one there, she sort of rolled it and the side got the spin.
Right.
How much do you just have to practice that just to feel it right on your hands?
A lot.
To know, what it's supposed to feel like. Because to me, I tried, but I just felt like I shoot too hard as Taylor gets the outlet pass and makes a layup.
Yeah, I mean, layups are obviously a lot of people consider them to be the easiest shot in the sport, and to an extent they are. But they certainly are an art form as well, especially when you're going against the defense and you've got someone that's trying to alter your shot. And you've got to put spin on that ball off the glass. And I certainly wasn't the greatest at it. I was more of a perimeter player on offense. I didn't really go down there too much.
Fair enough. As Underwood makes the layup, 48-28 is your score. A missed layup there by Baines, rebounded by Underwood. And now Davis steals the ball from Taylor, takes a deep 3, a little bit short. And rebounded by Pressure League. Number 3 loses the ball. Although luckily tapped up by Sanaya.
All Vandaway all the way here.
Now I have a feeling Tyler might not be coming back into the game. Just
don't really necessarily think there's a need for her to play.
I mean, I think her shoes are off and her hair is undone.
I think that's all the telltale signs that she is no longer playing in this game.
I was going to say, if that isn't a sign, I feel like I've been lied to.
Right.
As up goes Taylor, not Tyler.
Right. Yeah, the hair not so much. Obviously, girls can do and undo their hair very quickly. It's the shoes, though.
Yeah.
When those shoes come off, I've always been an advocate for this, is when I take my shoes off, do not ask me to play another game because they are not coming back on.
First by Taylor was good. That's interesting just because sometimes I would take basketball shoes different than baseball cleats, right?
Okay,
but
yeah,
if I'm
absolutely.
at a tournament, for example, where I have like 2 games in a day, but they're at different times, I would obviously take off my cleats. Not just because you can't wear metal spikes everywhere,
right?
But also it's just like Taylor misses the second free throw. It's just sort of a freeing feeling of, there's no more work to be done. I can be my comfortable shoes.
Right. See, I was more speaking in terms of like playing pickup. Like with your friends,
yes.
You get an hour pickup session going where you just played like 7-8 games back to back, and then it's like you're just exhausted. You're just running back and forth because we all know pickup games. Obviously, there's no structure to them at all. It's just getting up and down the floor. And a lot of the times that sign that you're done is when you take those shoes off.
So rebounded by Pressure League. Another 3, no good. Again, rebounded by Pressure League. Passed out to Underwood. 3, no good. Rebounded this time by Vandaway. Now Vandaway with the ball. Vandaway goes inside to Sanai, who goes up with the layup. Just rolls out. It's got to be some bad luck there.
Absolutely, yeah. Just couldn't get that one to fall.
48-28 is your score. Just under 3 minutes left to play. As up goes number 15.
Might have got away with a travel there.
Maybe.
Check the replay. Certainly looked awkward, at least.
Yeah, I felt like the pivot foot's. The pivot foot's changed.
It was that left foot was the pivot foot, and then she stepped through with it. Referees missed one there.
Yep.
She'll take it though.
In comes.
Second free throw missed. And number 4, who's just going to drive in, tries to pass it away, but basically gets rejected. Ball goes back out.
What happened there? She had number 1 wide open to her right on the wing for an easy catch and shoot 3. Just don't know if she didn't see her or just ignored her or what, but certainly an interesting choice there from number 4.
I mean,
the other way.
Pretty clearly she wanted to go to Williams, but it seemed like it was open. As mid-range miss, rebounded by Pressure League. Now getting trapped is Pressure League. And number 4 for Vandaway. It's the ball. Looks like Blake there got tripped. Now foul on. Couldn't exactly tell. I was distracted by the
bodies on the floor for no reason.
Now number 4 for Vandaway will shoot 2.
For some reason the clock has stopped here.
Fouls on Taylor Blood. That's her second. That is also Pressure League's first foul in the last 2 minutes.
So first free throw is good for number 4.
I'm sorry, I'm just still kind of laughing at the fact that they're saying this is Pressure League, not this is that team, when it's only 2 of their actual players here.
And it's whatever works as Savage gets the offensive rebound, able to put it back. It's a 51-29 game. Now inside, dribbling back out is 15, who's made a few shots. Bounces up, no good. Underwood able to get the layup up, good. Now
Yeah,
51.
Nice job there from Underwood. She got position under the rim, sort of an offensive box out on that one. She knew she had good position. Ball fell right to her, easy two.
And now a three there taken by Baines, no good. Rebounded by Pressure League. From post to the wing, and the three is good.
Let's make the score a little bit more respectable.
Although I think they gave it the. Oh, there we go. They're fixing it. So 51-34. It looks as though we're just going to dribble this one out.
Wow, we just got a foul there.
Okay. Interesting announcement from the PA announcer.
So you see, that was a foul there by number 2, Matthews. Not really sure exactly why.
Yeah, I could have just dribbled this out. I mean,
Sort of,
it's
a
down
little
17. There's
It's a little
no
comical at this point. Maybe she wanted to get one more shot attempt off. Maybe that's what it is.
Maybe.
She could just be trolling.
Say, why not?
She could definitely just be trolling. We'll see if she gets a shot attempt off here.
Say 1 for 2. Taylor with the ball.
Yep,
Down to
there it is.
Matthews. Matthews goes up, misses the layup, gets her own rebound. Passes the ball out. 3, no good. So that's going to do it. Vandaway winning 52-34. We'll take a break here and get down to Emily Dinas-Harris for our player of the game, and also give some important sports updates here on the Sports Fan Base Network. Welcome back, as we will quickly take it over to Emily Dinas-Harris, who I believe is going to have 2 Vandaway players at some point. But first, Davis. Take it away, Emily.
I'm here with Tori Davis, one of the star players in tonight's game. Congratulations on moving to the semifinals. How are you feeling about Sunday's game?
I'm feeling confident. I mean, I like the way the shot was falling. I feel like everybody's kind of on 10, ready to go to the championship and get this ship.
So you guys didn't have a halftime this game. Do you think that really kind of changed the pace of the game at all?
I mean, not really. I feel like the games have kind of been starting late, so we're kind of used to that 3-quarter weird situation. But I feel like we were all here on time. We were all ready. So I feel like that really contributed to how we were ready to just stump on necks and get this game over with.
So what do you think is working right now for your team?
I mean, moving the ball, shots falling, getting good quality shots, getting open shots, and then locking down on defense, one shot, not letting them get easy layups, easy fouls. So just locking in on the simple things, little things.
Yeah, I feel like you guys are not making a lot of mistake happens. You are always constantly hustling down the court. You're always getting back on defense. Your shots are falling today. What do you owe that to, and what do you owe your mentality to tonight?
Oh man, God, I come out here and I do it for him. I do it for my granny who couldn't be here. But I know she's watching down on me. I mean, every day, tomorrow is never promised. Next game's never promised. So just put it all out there and leave God with, leave it in his hands and let him take care of the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's your favorite part about playing in a league like this?
Really just playing basketball. I mean, we all started playing this game for a reason. I picked it up because it was fun and just having fun, being out here, being with my girls. It's some feelings like you can't find this anywhere else in life. Woo!
Are you really close with a lot of the girls on your team?
I'm starting to get close. I'm not really from this area, so but being an only child, I make friends pretty easily. So yeah. I'm starting to get close with KP. She came through here, Deja too, G, all great players, all great people.
Well, that's awesome. Thank you so much, and good luck on Sunday.
Thank you.
All right, that is the end of the women's game. We have 2 men's games tonight, and they're both quarterfinal games. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Emily. And so, interesting interview there, but also just wanted to give a Quick of just some national sports news. Apparently the initial proposal for Rasheed Rice's suspension is 10-plus games.
Yeah.
Which I imagine can influence a lot for fantasy football.
Luckily, I don't have him on any of my squads.
Neither do I. But we'll take a break here, come back for our men's game just in a few minutes. And welcome to our first men's league game today versus SBNP, staying for Shoot Basketball's Not People, and Young Summer League, or LYSL as we will call them. When the tip is LYSL, now Kinsler with the ball. Over to Hudden for three. On right wing, no good.
Wide open look there to start the game for Hayden. Interesting defense from SBNP.
Now a runner by Washington, no good. Rebounded by Steers. Long attempt there by Price, no good. Now Waters. The layup there, start the scoring. Washington looking to drive. Has now inside. He gets it back and he's good to go.
Nice little give and go there with Washington.
Sleeve Bethea. Gives it down to Hayden, who goes up and is good. Thought maybe it'd be a foul call there. Steer trying to drive in, gets picked. Now Little goes up. It is good. Well, now Price looking to drive, gets it stolen from again. Pass up to Kinsler, who loses the ball, gets Little able to recover it. Now Bethea pulls up from mid-range, instead goes inside to Hayden, and goes up and is good. Really carrying the scoring load so far.
Yeah, 8 quick points here, not even 2 minutes into the game for LYSL.
Double step back, 3 from Washington, no good. Rebounded by our mysterious number 15, who misses the layup, and so unfortunately we can't hear at least one of his names. Interesting, I believe Little is a step back 3 from Kinsler, no good. I believe Little played in the Philly Got Game League as well.
Certainly staying active this summer, multiple leagues.
I believe
Get the legs fresh.
Him and number 2 on SBNP, which is Kobe Williams, both played in that league. Although those two on different teams, of course. Jump ball here. I'm surprised there's no travel call on that.
Right, yeah. I think the refs definitely missed one there. That was an awkward sort of play. Get a jump ball here.
Interesting where guys are saying, okay, never mind, I switch back. Now it's a Marshall who takes 3, no good. Rebounded by LYSL. Forward to Kinsler, who just wide open after the outlet pass.
Yeah, LYSL just running riot here so far, getting out in transition, getting easy buckets. And I mentioned the first possession of the game, SBNP was sort of an interesting defensive possession right out of the gate. They just let Waters take a wide open 3. And wasn't able to get that one to go, but, or excuse me, not Waters, Hayden.
Definitely interesting, especially talking to one of the coaches from SBNP. I know they've complained about their defense. Maybe it's not doing as much as they might want to. Get a steal here from SBNP. And now Steers wide open, right? Throw down two-hand jam. I think this is a 10-4 game. And a layup by Waters. Great drive there.
Nice strong finish with the left hand, athletic. Taking off well before the rim, fly through the air.
Price uses the screen. Tries to throw it up to Steers, I think. Gets deflected, block. Now Bethea to the corner. Your Little for 3. No good. Rebounded by Hayden. Hayden to Bethea. Bethea has it stolen by Washington. Now Washington looking to drive, does so. Gets around Little. I thought Washington had all the points. I forgot about Steers. Dunk, of course. Missed the ball there. Price looking to drive.
Gets stopped. Has the ball tipped away. Washington, I thought, could have passed back to Steers, but no, he's going to go inside instead. Goes up the layup, no good. Rebounded by 15. Goes back up, and it's good.
Sounds like Deshaun Trusty, maybe?
That is exactly what I heard, and that's what I'm going to write down.
Right.
So, Bethea with the ball. Drives, spins into the middle. To the left corner. Hayden for three. Is a bit short. Now Price with the ball.
LYSL's
almost gets
cold
stripped
here offensively.
Now gets it to Marshall. Washington for three, and that is good. Just like that, SBNP is back in it.
Right, yeah. The point I was making is that three from Waters is no good. LYSL with another miss. They've certainly gone cold, and SBNP is starting to pick up their momentum a little bit as we see a foul here. I believe Jerry Price will go to the line.
Yes, looks like it as we're getting three subs from SBNP.
Yeah, replay here. Price is going coast to coast, head down, aggressive. He's got all the momentum now. End of this first quarter, halfway through this first quarter, I should say.
Interesting sequence there.
Yeah, we see some weird free throw routines throughout our years, throughout our days watching basketball. This one might be up towards the top.
I am perplexed.
Listen, man, whatever works. I think both of those didn't even touch the rim. Two easy swishes.
They didn't. It's great. It's more the drive there. Thea fouled. It's more the question of how do you figure out that works. It's to me the same thing. You know how a lot of pitchers. Yes, we were talking about baseball. A lot of pitchers guy on the Phillies, long hair. Strom. Like, you know how he will step like 7 times or whatever before he throws a pitch? Yep. I'm like, how do you figure out you need to step that many times? Like, how do you get the shimmy in there? Because no one shimmies.
Right. I think a lot of times, like, I remember, like, in practice, like, just be goofing off, shooting around, doing free throws and doing random stuff before. And if it's like, if you hit one, it's like, all right, this is what I'm doing. It works. You do it again. You hit one again. And it's like, should this be my new routine? And then, of course, I would never do anything crazy like that in a game. I think I'd be too embarrassed, but.
Washington down to Steers. Steers goes under and good on the left side. 15-14 is your score.
Good two-man game there with Washington and Steers.
And now we have Little against Williams, the two Philly Got Game guys going at each other. And Washington looking to drive. Gets it inside to Kobe, out from one Washington to another. Now driving is Khalif Washington, no good. Interesting, almost fake pass there by Bethea, but now numbers advantage for SBNP. Kobe gets it down to Jones, who throws it back court. So it'll be Lonnie Young ball. As Lonnie Young now has a substitution, so we continue our search to find names, as that substitution was not here to start this game. Number 5 for Lonnie Young. Kinsler pulls for 3 from the top of the key. I heard Kingler, so that's what I'm going to put down. Now Jones bring it up. Almost being double teamed, splits defenders twice.
Stoppage here, not really sure exactly what for. We might have some blood.
We do.
I think we have a nosebleed for Kabir Washington.
Yeah, we do. So we'll cut here as they figure this out, and we'll come back once it's all over. welcome back. We had a surprisingly lengthy disinfectant timeout. We're back.
Blood on the floor.
Now Washington drives, kick it out to Jones, out to Steers, now down to Williams. Washington to Jones for mid-range, no good. Rebounded by Little. Now Hayden takes it up, drives into the middle, goes up for a layup, and is good. So 26 left. 4-second difference between shot and game clock. Washington uses the screen from Steers, steps back for mid-range, no good. Rebounded by Hayden. Up to
just missed him.
Just missing the pass to Kinsler. They're still sort of wiping it up. So 19-15 is, Williams just made a surprising half-court shot.
He did, yeah,
19-15 is your score in the first quarter. And I imagine we're going to have a quick break here, but we will take one. Come back to you for hopefully the rest of this game. Welcome back. As you said, short break here. Start of the second quarter, 19-15 your score. Marshall with the ball, driving into the middle. Now just throws up sort of a heave, gets rebounded by Hayden. Now a pass over to our mysterious number 5, goes up, no good. And out on Hayden as Kobe pushed it off of Hayden. As I see 2 more have arrived for LYSL.
Yeah, number 23 and number 21. No, just number 23.
23, excuse me, yes. So, 2 names you need.
Number 21 is Waters. He's on the bench.
Washington tries to drive inside and kick it to Steers. No good. Kinsler now pulls for 3. Just a little too long. Now Kobe with the ball up to Jones. Jones fumbling with the ball, tries to get it back out to Washington. Cannot. Now Bethea gets it over to Kinsler. Kinsler pulls for 3, and that is good.
Yeah, they had 3 guys all in that corner, all wide open. Pick your poison. That time it's Kinsler able to get that 3 to go.
Jones now pulls for 3 himself. No good. I know this is a serious game. I feel like if that happened in a pickup game, that's where you sort of play hot potato. It's like, no, you take it. No, you take it. As
right.
Kinsler now takes another 3, and finally it seems he has found his shot.
It's sort of that clip of Klay Thompson passing up a wide open 3 to pass to Steph. And then Steph had a wide open 3, turned around, passed it right back. But Klay had already turned around to walk back on defense. Would have been something like that had it not been for Kinsler knocking down back-to-back 3s.
So it is now with 2. So Thompson is number 23. Now Trustee back in, along with Price. Marshall with the ball. It appears as though the other Washington has his nose at least plugged. See if he'll come back in this game as Steers drives in, sort of loses the ball. And it's going to be Luana Youngs. I thought Bethea might take the charge there, and despite being the charge expert, I actually might have not recommended that one.
Yeah, I was going to say that would have been a tough one to take.
I'm usually a proprietor for,
You're usually all for it.
I mean, for charges, as a great drive there, and strong hands there by Hayden as he's
sort of getting poked at, especially when you're just standing in the paint. You know, it's like, why not? It's so easy, but as Washington makes a three, sometimes you got to make a business decision on your health, and that certainly is one of them, as Steers is a big lad. Now Bethea goes up, no good on the layup, rebounded by Price. Price looking to drive, gets the left block, thought Washington was running with him, and turns it over.
Yeah, that was a good look from Price there. He's able to draw 2 defenders and kick out. If Washington had just kept running, he would have had himself a wide open catch and shoot 3 in the corner, just a little bit off page there. Should say not on the same page.
Absolutely. Now another 3 from Kinsler, a little bit short, rebounded by, I believe that was Steers. Washington trying to drive in and is able to do so. As you can now see the other Washington on the bench with an ice pack on his forehead. I don't know if maybe feeling a little lightheaded. But hopefully not. As Washington passed down to Trustee, it was now fouled going up.
Been a nice couple possessions for Khalif Washington. Obviously hit that 3 and then had a nice layup in transition. This time a nice bounce pass to Trustee. Going to give his teammates 2 attempts at the line. I was going to say, I was a little surprised. The score got out of hand for a second there. I looked up and I said, wow, LYSL is up 15. Sort of kind of not out of nowhere, but sort of quietly just took control of this game. But SBNP on a 6-0 run now, pending this second free throw from Trustee. We'll see if they can claw their way back into it.
Absolutely. And that free throw makes it an 8-point game, so cutting the lead almost a half. It's Trustee there with that free throw. As Thompson with the ball, drives right, now starting trying to post up Williams, getting around Williams, goes over the layup and is good.
A nice step through there to avoid the defender. And once he gets by, it's an easy finger roll finish.
And a great pass in there by Washington to Steers. You think Steers fell a little too open there?
One of those where he might have gotten freaked out by how open he was. Those can be tough for sure.
Kinsler pulls for another 3, no good. Rebounded by Trustee.
So you can't see, no one has eyes in the back of their head. Sometimes you catch that ball so wide open, you imagine, it's Washington for 3, no good. You sometimes imagine that there's going to eventually be a defender that's going to try to alter your shot, and then sometimes that could alter your shot, whether there is a defender or not.
Absolutely. Now Trustee fouls, can get sideline out of bounds. Shot clock at 12. Steer with the ball. Sort of stepped back, but didn't get the other hand, so goes in for a layup and is good.
Yeah, that was a pretty hesitation move off the step back from Steers. Able to freeze his defender. That's all he needed to do to get by him.
Now Hayden for 3, no good. He hasn't made one yet, has he?
I don't know, but I don't think he has, but he's going to keep shooting them.
Now Washington
proven that time and time again.
Washington Trustee seems he's really taken to the pure point guard role right now. As Kinsler now steps back for 3 and is good. Deep in the corner, and one of the producers making a mean face at that one.
I'm right there with our producer, Sean Riley. That was just a nice shot in the corner there. From our perspective, it looked like it went almost over the backboard.
And now Kinsler for 3. Maybe could have been a foul there, but I also thought Price actually took a charge there, so
right.
maybe they're just going to say no call on anyone.
I was going to say that's certainly a foul call on Hayden. On the topic of fouls.
It's interesting. He's obviously, it doesn't really feel like much, but just your body's in the way, right?
Right. That's all it takes.
And now timeout by SBNP. So we'll take a timeout here as well. Be back with you shortly for the rest of this half here on the Sports Fan Base Network. welcome back as we welcome you with the shimmy of Price. He makes the first free throw.
It's just an absolutely outrageous free throw routine here, but I give him credit. It works. 4 for 4 now.
What would you say is the shot that to you like works, but also like looks the worst?
What do you mean?
Well,
Like-
so you think about different guys. You know, obviously form looks different.
Yeah.
Everyone's not perfect. Is there a shot that looks terrible, like form-wise? They have like a hitch or something.
What, like a player?
But it actually like they shoot really well. Like my first thought of that is like Tyrese Halliburton.
I was just gonna say. I mean, Tyrese Halliburton. You can't really argue with it. He shot a crazy clip in the playoffs this year.
Yeah.
Although it's one of the ugliest shooting forms I think I've ever seen in my life. But
it is gross.
I mean, I still give him a lot of credit for how well he played in the playoffs. I think that's like the kind of the routine answer now.
And Thompson with the layup there. Yeah, I was thinking like the next person could be like Campaign, but I don't think he shoots good enough.
He doesn't, I don't think, no.
But certainly, I mean, the amount he turns,
right?
It is pretty unusual.
I mean, a big one was Lonzo Ball coming out of college.
Yeah, he fixed that one, though,
He certainly fixed it, and it's crazy because he probably shouldn't have, because he shot better in college than he did in the league, or has in the league.
I think they've been shooting well now he's at Chicago. As Steers goes in for the drive. Doesn't get it to go, but gets his own rebound. Now it's the thought. I thought at Chicago he's been shooting well. Am I wrong?
I haven't seen him play in so long, though, just because of his injury and his
That
health.
is also true.
Like, I haven't seen Lonzo Ball play a basketball game in feels like forever.
Steers in the corner. Thinking about pulling, decides not to, drives inside, goes up and under.
It's good defense there from Hayden.
Absolutely. Now Hayden over to, of course, the hot shooter, Kinsler. No good. Rebound by Hayden. Hayden goes up. No good on the layup. Rebounded by Williams. And now numbers advantage for SBNP. Washington for 3. No good. Rebound by Steers. Passes it to Trustee. Trustee makes the layup.
Unselfish play there from Justin Steers. Grabs the offensive rebound. Could have went up with it himself, but knew that he had Trustee on the other side of the basket wide open.
Yeah, it seemed like a very easy time to get himself as Little takes a 3 and is good. He's definitely a shooter. At least he was for, excuse me. Oh my goodness, how can I, I'm like forgetting. Philly Guy game, there it is, Philly Guy game.
Nice step back three though from Jarrell Little.
And Washington, just a little burst of speed.
And that's so tough to guard, especially when you see that pick and roll coming up on the wing. Washington able to deny it and get downhill, something you're not really expecting most of the time. You're sort of playing him into that screen. He denies it, able to get to the rim.
And now Thompson trying to drive on Washington, pulls up from mid-range, off the front, Trustee with the ball, tries to get it to Washington, and now Hayden throws it off of the shot clock. And that's going to be it for the half. 40-34. So late start, but a competitive start. And just before we take a break and then get over to our halftime report here, at New Orleans, Lonzo shot 37.5 from 3.
That's not too
37.8 in the second year, and then shot 42.3 from 3. Then he's been injured the last 3 years, and obviously we don't count last year either because he barely played.
Yeah.
So it seems like it did work.
It did.
As opposed to 30.5 and 33. So with that, we'll take a break and then come back to Emily Dennis-Harris for an interview with one of the coaches of the game right now. Welcome back, as I, of course, corrected the Lonzo Ball slander, but here we have Emily Dennis-Harris with one of the coaches from Lana Young with our halftime interview. Emily?
Antoine, the coach of the team that's up at halftime right now. You guys are doing a great job defensively. What do you think's working?
We just like talking on defense and like helping one another out, but we had to do a better job of boxing out and like just getting like one play. They get one play at a time.
What changes do you think you'll make going into the second half?
The changes on defense, I would just be like box out really. Like we just have to do just a better job at securing rebounds and everything.
Well, thank you so much. All right, guys, back to you.
Thank you, Emily. And so we'll step away here again as there are about 2 minutes before we start off the next half. And after that, we'll get back to our second half of the first game here of Men's League for Brotherly Love Pro-Am Foundation. And welcome back. We get the second half here of our first men's league game between Lonnie Young and Shoot Basketball's Not People. Lonnie Young up by 6, 40-34 is your score.
As we saw in our halftime interview with Emily De Natoris, LYSL coach looking to make some adjustments here at halftime. They want to keep talking on defense. SBNP went on a little bit of a run there to end the half. Obviously, it was 30-15. It's now only 40-34. So SBNP with the momentum going in here in the second half.
As Bethea with almost again fake pass back. So I sort of associate that move with Rajon Rondo, maybe a little Penny Hardaway, but gets fouled. Take two.
Sort of that hesitation move there for a quick first step over to the rim, able to draw the contact. Is Jahi Bethea.
Actually, there was a girl on in our last game on Vandaway. She did sort of the step and hold the ball between the legs.
Yep.
I always think of Lance Stevenson.
Yep. He did it as a troll though, where it's like it looks like it's a between the legs dribble, but you don't actually dribble the ball. You just rip the ball through your legs.
Absolutely. So 1 for 2 on the free throws. Bethea now Washington with the ball, driving, go from mid-range, no good. Rebounded by Steers and then Trustee. Trustee gives it to Steers. Steers tries to go inside.
A lot of contact there. Surprising no call.
Yeah, I think maybe too much movement by Hayden. Otherwise, it would have been a charge. That three is no good by Thompson. Now Washington with the ball. Tried to spin, pass it out. Now gets to Marshall. He drives inside, gets it inside to Trustee, and now Trustee making this a 3-point game.
It's a nice play there from Marshall. Under the rim, just able to dump it off nicely to Trustee. He's found himself in some good spots around the rim. Nice, easy buckets for him.
Little with a pull-up three, no good. Seems as though SBNP, they're certainly shooting basketballs better than Lana Young right now. There's Washington with the up and under in the spin. Now
What a
Thompson in
take
the fast
there.
break.
Nice job back the
Washington
other
tried
way
to block
there.
it.
LYSL getting out in transition, inbounding quickly. That's one way to make a defense respect you.
Absolutely. And maybe if one's too set as well, as Washington is fouled. If the defense is a little too set, then maybe that's sort of how you break it a little bit more even beforehand.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, if you're able to just inbound the ball that quickly, get the ball down the floor, and score another two right after that impressive layup from Washington, that's going to make SBNP really respect you and have to keep their head on a swivel the entire time. Because oftentimes, you see another fast break opportunity here. This will be an easy layup.
It's a good layup there by Waters.
But yeah, like I was saying, SBNP, a lot of the times you lose focus after your team makes a basket, and you think, okay, I've got a couple seconds here to maybe jog back down the floor.
Sorry to interrupt you again. A deep three there by Washington.
Please interrupt me, especially with Washington, how well he's playing. But it makes you a lot more respectable if you're able to get the ball out of the rim and go that fast, even after giving up a basket.
And now Bethea with the mid-range. Interesting. So, Lana Young not starting Kinsler in the second half. I wonder, what do you think the idea is there with, I think Thompson is playing instead.
It could be one of the situations where they're just going to give him a couple minutes to get his breath and sort of get a rest, honestly, and then say, hey, you're going back in, you're playing the rest of the game, you're not coming back out. And I think it might be one of those situations, as he definitely seemed like the best player for Lana Young in the first half. Obviously knocked down a couple threes, including that insane one deep in the corner.
And Marshall not able to make the layup, but Steers able to clean it up after the three by Little was a little short. Now a foul call, unfortunately, not calling the putback dunk.
Yeah, check out this putback dunk, what would have been from Thompson. One-handed. Instead, it'll be Hayden at the line for two.
See, that's one of those times where I'm like, you know what? Just wave off the call. Just give us the putback dunk.
Right.
That's way more fun. Miss the free throw. That's way more fun than free throws. I say as a Sixers fan.
Yeah, don't get me started on that, please. That's not even – they're not even worthy of the conversation right now. Not even worthy of the name drop.
As we mentioned another Philly team, the Phillies are tied 2-2.
So they blow it already?
The fifth. That time Price able to just cut through and again make this a one-point game. Little with the drive, no good. Gets stopped by Price. Steers with the rebound. Now Washington with the ball. You see Kinsler at the table, so again, sort of goes with your theory of now they're going to bring him back in. He's never going to come back out. Trustee gets the ball stripped. Hayden recovers. Thompson dribbling on the left wing. Pass to Bethea.
It's going to pull up here, it looks like.
Bethea sort of gets doubled. Now Hayden for three. And that is no good. Rebounded by Trustee, and Washington looking to drive. Sort of maybe try to throw it between Bethea's legs.
Might have, but that was a nice effort on defense by Marshall to get the steal and keep it in play. Goes coast to coast for the floater.
Now I think that might be the first lead, or one of the first leads for SBNP all game.
Yeah, this has been a fantastic comeback. They were down 30-15. They're now on a 34-18 run.
Something like that.
To retake the lead here, and if you're LYSL, you got to figure out what the heck your problem is, because they've struggled recently.
Yeah, interesting call timeout when it feels like you have the momentum, but we're going to get a timeout from SBNP, so we'll take a break here, come back right after this. Back, a quick pass to Washington on the left wing, who now goes up for the drive, tries to get out to Trustee. Instead, he goes to Price, who gets switches hands, gets the layup up and good.
Yeah, SBNP just with all the momentum right now. Alana Young, you've got to figure out, especially on the defensive side. You see an interesting call there, sort of out of control there was Thompson. Might have gotten away with one.
And now in comes the other Washington, who of course left with a nosebleed after running into his teammate during, I think it was a contest, maybe it was a screen. Hard to tell when we looked back on the stream. By the way, he's back.
Kabir Washington with a plug in his nose, try to keep that nose from bleeding even more.
Now pass in, out. Around, ending with Kinsler on the left wing. Now to Thompson. Thompson for three.
That might have been some zone there from SBNP. Rotation that I was looking at up at the top was sort of two guys at the top of the key.
Now Trustee unable to get the rebound. Thompson now throws the lob. Price getting in the way to prevent the lob.
Very, very risky decision there from Price. He could have ended up on a poster.
Absolutely.
Instead, it's a nice defensive play to force the free throws. But listen, man, I don't know. I think in that situation, I'm making a business decision to get out of the way, but credit to him.
So for Washington, again, I can only say this from a baseball perspective. I don't even know how, if you did this for basketball. But I remember having to lift with a mask on, not being able to breathe as clearly as I want to. So you think Washington, it's going to be hard for him to, sort of keep up in this game now that his nose is no longer a factor.
Yeah, right. I mean, certainly it's definitely tough. I mean, I played my senior year of high school basketball with a mask.
Yep.
And, I mean, that was not fun in the slightest. It definitely makes it harder to breathe. And so for Washington, I give him a lot of credit that he's even going back out there. We'll see if he's able to contribute, although his team playing well now. Nice one more pass to Trustee. There it is.
And maybe that's how he has to do it. But now 6-point lead here for basketball's not people. Alana Young has really struggled on the offensive end, and now a turnover, just a clean turnover by Kinsler.
Yeah, LYSL is just all out of sorts at the moment. We're now up to, what, a 39-18 run now? What was once a 30-15 game in favor of Alana Young.
Now Washington trying to find someone to pass it to, it seems. Gets hit across the face again, which of course, you're worried he might start bleeding again, but hopefully not.
And I'm surprised he took that many dribbles and didn't dish it off there after that last possession. He had the nice one more pass to Trustee for the three.
Steers sort of calling for the ISO. Now throws up a three, no good. So 54-48 is your score after a great comeback now by SBNP. So we'll take another break here, come back right after in this quarter here. Welcome back to the fourth quarter between Shoot Basketball's Not People and Lonnie Young as Thompson goes to drive in and scores finally. Again, sort of breaking this run that SBNP was on.
Yeah, that's definitely the way you want to start this fourth quarter if you're Lonnie Young. Nice, easy basket at the rim. Good take there from Thompson. We'll see if they can kind of regain this momentum here. Still plenty of time, and after all of this, all the statistics I've thrown out about this run here, you're only down 4.
Absolutely.
And, I'm sure everyone knows that can be many worse possibilities going into a fourth quarter.
Now back to Steers in the corner. Now Price deeper in the corner. Price driving baseline. Trying to find someone. There's 3 seconds left in shot clock. 2.
I don't think they knew it.
Yep. So we need Lonnie Young ball. It's also interesting just because, assuming Elam ending, which I don't know if we're doing it, I assume we're going to be doing it. All you need, of course, even if SBNP continues to go on a good run, is a good run of your own.
Right.
And you can still get in that game.
Yeah.
As opposed to one with clock, but Thompson with another and one. What a make there by Thompson.
Yeah, Thompson just putting his head down, getting to the rim here early in this fourth quarter. 4 quick points pending the free throw. Nice finish with the left. Flex on him as well. Go ahead, young man.
Absolutely. I mean, he certainly earned it there. And the free throw is good. So 5 points in the last 2 possessions, all by Thompson. Now Washington driving now into the middle, passing down to Steers. Steers goes up. Thompson blocks it, and they call the foul.
Wow.
I don't know if I'd agree with that call right there. I mean, I just felt.
Oh, you can't call that a foul.
That's just.
Wow. You can see Thompson as he walks back into your frame. He's distraught at that foul call. Credit to Steers, obviously, for going up strong off of 2 with 2 hands.
Absolutely.
And I think as he misses the first free throw, I think he got a little fortunate that he's even at the line to begin with.
Yeah, it just feels, in some ways, anticlimactic, just because, you know, it felt like that should have been a clean block. There's a block there, but out of bounds for.
I'm not really sure what happened here on this after this free throw. Jarrell Little finds himself wide open in the corner, has to obviously step back behind the line, and then nice chase down block there from Trusty.
Yeah.
We'll stay with Lonnie Young.
So Will Buffet now with the ball. Gets a screen from Hayden. Top left post, shoots the mid-range, no good. Rebounded by Steers, given to Washington. Washington taking up patiently, sort of watching his back. Use the screen, passes it to Price. Price tells the other Washington to clear out. Jab steps, drives into the middle, and sort of just falls on Kinsler.
Yeah, this is back-to-back whistles here going against Lonnie Young that I can't say I agree with. Price sort of like you said, just kind of fell to the ground and lost his balance and was able to get the call.
Now Washington pulls deep from 3, no good, rebounded by Thompson. And so Thompson, now he drives, goes down the one-hand jam. What a play by Thompson.
Thompson just taking this ball coast to coast. Check this. Beat your guy off the dribble. Go up strong. Throwing it down. He's got all 7 for Lonnie Young here this quarter.
Carrying Lonnie Young on his back right now. Not converting this and one, however. But still 7 points in a row. 7-2 run, all done by Thompson. Washington to Price. Getting a screen from Trusty, uses it, goes left. Sort of gets blocked, maybe just misses. Now Bethea with the ball. Bethea over to Waters, who drives past it to the corner, left corner. Kinsler, Bethea, Waters, Thompson.
They're going to feed the hot hand here with Thompson. Look for him to get
absolutely.
downhill. Wow, he's going to pull up.
And no good. So there's the heat check.
It's a heat check, but it's not in a Steph Curry three-pointer heat check type of way. I think it's just a I feel confident type of heat check. I would have liked Tim to attack that screen. It's a three-pointer there from Trusty, no good. I would have liked him to attack that pick and roll, that matchup. He probably would have gotten a switch. And as we saw, every point he's had in his corner has been getting to the rim, couple layups, and then that ferocious dunk. Obviously, it is a heat check, and he's feeling confident, so why not let it fly? But
absolutely,
we'll see if he goes back to what he feels best and getting downhill.
This foul is called that time, I believe, on Price. Sort of pushing, Hayden a little too much. Interesting Trustee on Hayden and Steers on Thompson, I would think.
They're going to clear out here for Bethea. He likes this matchup. Defensive 3 seconds? On who, though?
That's exactly what I was going to say.
I mean, it's Price who's arguing. And I got to say, I don't know if we have a replay. I agree with him, though, because for a technical foul, defensive 3-second violation to be called, you need to be 3 seconds in the lane without being an arm's length away from an offensive player.
Yeah.
And there was no way possible that there was a 3-second time span over the course of that possession where an SBNP player wasn't within arm's length of an LYSL player. I don't know. Maybe you disagree. I don't. That was kind of a bizarre call. And now we're going to get a timeout.
Okay, 30-second timeout for Lonnie Young, so we'll take a break here, come back. Actually, we're going to stay here just because we just got the Elam ending, which is 64. Ryan, would you like to explain Elam ending for anyone who might be new to the rule? Have you not used the Elam ending before?
I mean, it's just the target score is 64, yeah, so whoever gets to 64 first is going to win this game.
Okay, so here's how it goes. Whoever is leading, you add a certain number of points to their score, their current score. Here it's 8, but Alumni League, for their extra time, they do 7 points, but it's different depending on where it is.
Yep.
And now the clock no longer matters, and just the target score is 64. So the point is, of course, it's whoever
first to 64
leading
wins.
So if a team's up by 20, then the lower team has to get 28.
Yep.
In this case, it's only one more point. And of course, if the teams are tied, it doesn't matter. Then they just go for the same number of points.
Right. Yep. Yeah, we sort of saw this in the NBA All-Star game the last couple of years as a tactic to try to get more people to watch it by adding a target score at the end of the game.
Steers goes to drive in, gets blocked maybe by 2 people. Now Price with the ball driving into the middle. Gets sort of held up. Washington takes a 3, no good. Rebounded by Hayden. Was it not added first for the Kobe game?
It was, yeah. It was, so what would that be, 2021 All-Star game, maybe 2022? I think it might have been 2022.
No, I think it was.
Did they have an All-Star game in 2021? I'm trying to remember. Maybe they, I don't know if they did because of the COVID.
Oh, yeah, it must have been 22 then. You're right. And now another steal from Lonnie Young. Bethea searching, finds Hayden, pulls for 3, finally makes one. And so now 2 points for Lonnie Young, and that can end SBNP season.
SBNP needs to find some offense here and then get some stops on defense. A nice step back there from Washington.
I'm going to say Washington's been in this position before. He made a game-ending shot for SBNP right before the playoffs started. Now Kinsler for three, just rolls out. Now Steers down low, goes up, and gets fouled, though it looks like
Hyden got the worst of it.
Yeah.
See on the replay here, nice job by SBNP to push the pace. Good pass into Steers. Sort of wildly goes up and catches Hyden in the face. 2 free throws here for Justin Steers. To say they need both would be an understatement. But more so, they need stops. Only a bucket away from their season being over.
So that is the tough part with this is now you really have to play perfect.
Sort of like playing taps or playing pickup where, you know, majority of pickup games go to 7, maybe to 11 if you're playing 2s and 3s, and the team gets to within 1 point. You know that you got to go on a crazy defensive run to try to get yourself back into the game.
So fouling Steers here, so it's going to be side out.
Remember how anticlimactic the first NBA All-Star game was? Well, I believe Anthony Davis's team won on a free throw or something like that, I want to say.
I've seen it here
too.
too.
They won the All-Star game on a free throw.
Yeah, we do not like that as Bethea goes up for layup, gets fouled. I think the call
might have just spoke it into existence.
Well, I think that was the right call. It's just they were sort of hoping they wouldn't have to call it.
Right. We had one of those in the earlier games with CUNY where you see sometimes the referees will wait to see if the basket goes in or not to then call the foul.
First free throw is good, so he makes the next one. The game is over. And Lonnie Young goes to the semifinals. Play, I imagine, the winner of our next. No, they would play NMLB. That's okay. Second free throw is good. So that is going to do it for our first of the 2 men's games here. Lonnie Young winning over SBNP. We'll step aside here, wait for Emily to get our player of the game, and come back with that. So stick around for that interview. Welcome back as Emily just shortly will have our end of the game interview, our player of the game. Hyden, take it away, Emily.
I'm here with Julian's, one of the star players tonight. Congratulations on the win, going to the semifinals. How are you feeling right now?
We're feeling good, man. We stuck together, the highs and lows. We just kept playing, staying confident, and we ended up winning the game.
And how has been your season so far with this team?
I mean, this is honestly my first game, so yeah, just coming in, just doing what I can, playing together. You know what I mean? Just building the chemistry, learning the players as I go, and just just playing team basketball.
What do you think worked well for your team tonight?
I think just talking, communicating, whether it's on defense or picking out the mismatches on offense, just doing that.
Is there anything you're going to work on going into Sunday's game?
Yeah, just continue to stay together, stay confident, make shots, and just play the right way.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations again. Good luck. All right, there's one last game tonight. Stay tuned. Guys, back to you.
Yes, next game is going to be between County Boys and, I had the other team. How can I forget? I know County Boys is one of them. Either way, we'll take a break here, come back for the start of that game shortly.
I believe it is Rec
6.
Yep,
That's
yeah.
it. Found it. Rec 6. But we will take a break and come back shortly. welcome back. So, unfortunately, only 3 showed up for Rec 6. And so it's going to be a forfeit, canceled game. So that's going to do it for our stream here. I'm Tyson Maddox here with
Ryan Straub.
Thank you, of course, to both our producers, everyone on cameras, Emily for the interviews. And we'll see you next time here on Sports Fan Base Network. Good night.